everybody. Welcome back to Tabletop Notch. Tonight is going to be chapter. I love when you say both. 57. Episode 57. Chapter 7. We left off sort of at a little camp in the East Sea region of the Acqly Grove. And the group is continuing to sort of chart their route through the woods and working their way up north. They've met a man who may serve as a guide in the coming days, depending on the group's sort of thoughts and opinions on him. And then we will see where that takes us. Anything anyone wants to say?
You got anything? I always wait till Jordan's done. You good?
No, I don't.
So this episode is dedicated to Alex Trebek. We love you so much. Another fabulous host as our own.
In honor of him, can you say sorry and genre the entire
say everything in a question.
Sorry.
Yeah, everything's in a question.
But it is also, in order to stay awake, I know it's been a long weekend of festivities for most, National Cappuccino Day. Ooh. Get it flowing.
That's what was in this when I walked in the studio.
That's the slogan of National Cappuccino.
Right.
Get it flowing.
Get it, famous Italian phrase, get it flowing.
Get it flowing. Okay. And
that added.
Incoming next character when Beezaura.
Whenever you need.
Get it flowing.
It's also National Parents as Teachers Day.
Ooh.
Oh.
I think that
so you have to be both
has to be
parent
like
and
a new
teacher.
one for the whole quarantine thing. That is a tough job to do both at once.
That is tough.
So we appreciate you all. We also need cappuccinos.
But we also appreciate cappuccino.
Yeah. Get a teacher or a parent or both a cappuccino to celebrate the occasion.
With a heart thing on the top.
Oh yeah, latte art.
Love that.
All of us. Oh yeah, latte art.
Oh my god.
I'll let you know when it's National Latte Art Day.
Yay. Oh my god.
Forthcoming.
That definitely
Any other
matters.
thoughts?
That's the sad part.
No.
All right. People are jiving. We're feeling good. Let's throw it to the intro and we'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, you feel my vibes? No.
All right.
Oh yeah, it's squeeze her in right here.
Welcome back.
Oh no. I'm nervous. Me too. I don't know why.
In chapter 56, no dawdling. The party scrambled to their feet with only the light of the moon guiding us. With vegapygmies shuffling about in all directions beneath our feet, we had only a brief moment to take stock of what was missing, especially as it became clear that some of the creatures were making a break for the river with their pilfered loot. While Erland and Beezaura retrieved their stolen weapons, it was up to Safira and the spellcasters to do the bulk of the damage, but after a pair of chieftains and their thorny companions reached the shoreline, it was all hands on deck to batter them back with blunt strikes and steel. When the dust settled, we were relieved to find we'd acted quickly enough to retrieve all of our belongings, and most of them in fine shape with the exception of a soggy spellbook that would require a bit of careful drying out. Grumbling to ourselves about the unwelcome interruption, we finished our rest, and prepared for what was likely to be a long day of travel up to the Acqly Grove tomorrow. It was only a few hours after we'd started north that we found a crossing to take us to the east bank, but nobility, or perhaps just curiosity, got the better of us when we saw a woman stealing items from a gravesite by the river. The irritable Naeus had a bit of a grudge against the Acqly elves and was looking to be reimbursed for what she felt was intentionally poor advice that had cost her a good sum of money. We didn't want to start a fight. And we didn't have a particular loyalty to either side in this situation. So we let her go. But chose not to disrupt the grave any further, despite learning that there may be some valuables buried in the dirt. The next interruption along our path came with some familiar faces. A group of bounty hunters that we'd already crossed paths with outside of Tuktu, making camp here in the woods as they worked another contract. It was hard to tell if the invitation to join them for a meal was in good faith, so we opted to mostly ignore them, even when some overheard whispers revealing that they seemed to be on the lookout for the escaped servants from the halls of transmutation. In the later afternoon, we had nearly reached the bend in the Acqly River, just outside of Des, and just as advertised, the presence of the tempests meant harsh winds and booming cracks of thunder. With each flash of lightning, varying packs of animals seemed to heed the call, heading toward the storm rather than running from it. Their level of focus made it hard for Safira to glean any information from them, even with her Speak to Animals spell, but it seemed the tempests would soon be choosing a new Warden of the Grove, although what exactly that entailed was unclear. Swinging east, we continued to follow the river and look for a way past into Isi, which came in the form of another bridge, with a temporary settlement on the other side. A group of Acqly elves had relocated here after moving out of Dis, and despite their odd presence, it seemed like a decent place to make camp. Some safety in numbers.
There we go.
After last night's frustrating interruption.
Those are all our
Boom, a line of interruptions.
Those are our numbers.
Seamless.
Also present at the camp was a human man named Daud Zlatko, a hunter who traveled with the elves as a self-proclaimed necessary evil, who could protect the citizens of the grove from copperclaw bears, as in their culture these animals were sacred and not to be harmed by an elf. Daud offered to guide us through the ruins of Joyruk as a way to save some time, an offer that we strongly considered given that we also wanted to skirt the border of Meal to see if we could find the spot marked on the map that we'd taken from Clemens's caravan. As we mulled over the possibility of taking on a hired hand, we sat by the fire and learned what we could from one of the natives, though it was hard to concentrate, after Daud went to wash his tunic in the river and revealed a large number 7 tattooed on his back. With Erland trying to process what he'd seen and the rest of the group thinking about what story they might want to tell, we shared a meal and wondered. If we took Daud on as a guide, would we reveal our intentions to investigate what we believed to be a soul shelter somewhere in the grove? After avoiding the region of Des, would the Tempests continue to play a role in how we navigated the forest? And was Graven relishing the possibility of blowing up Erland's spot as the other numeral tattooed member of the campsite?
That'd be great.
We find out now
Do it.
on chapter 57 of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
So business says do it. Do
It is done.
The largest fire at the center of this encampment crackles with a vibrant energy. A carefully crafted stone perimeter, keeping it controlled, while allowing for an impressive blaze that provides a warmth seldom felt in the wilderness. The day is winding down, but the party spares a moment for a tale from an Acqly elf, the embers sparkling in his eyes as he leans forward and rests his chin on folded hands. Before Joyruk fell, there was a man who lived there named Falgest. He was the son of a druid who was deeply in tune with the animal spirits, and this innate gift was passed down to him. But he was a sick man, and he abused this power, bending the spirits to his will with a corrupted dagger that he'd forged from his father's tools. Unbeknownst to his neighbors, Falgest would wander into the woods and force the spirits to fight for his amusement. It is said that their cries for help fueled his lust for power that he could not achieve amongst his peers. Many believe that it is Falgest's cruelty in this manner that brought the Tempests to pass through Joyruk, obliterating the city in their wake. And at the sort of conclusion of the story, you see Daud, who has returned, kind of thinking for a moment, and he smiles a little bit, and he turns toward the same elf that you'd spoken to, the sort of one he was speaking with as you came over. I have heard this story a number of times before. Remind me, who was it that accused Valgest of such crimes? The Council of Jorvik. A council whose prominent members included those whose life's work was tracking and predicting the tempests. The same ones who had told the citizens of the Grove that Jorvik would be safe. I wasn't there, so I couldn't possibly know for sure. But I think the tempests simply weren't as predictable as the council thought. And they didn't want to be blamed for all the deaths. They needed a scapegoat. And I think they found one. And the elf, sort of hearing this kind of, you see kind of a quizzical look come over his face, and then a moment of kind of like, no, that can't be true, as he kind of like thinks about it for a moment. I've had others tell me that those tortured spirits still haunt the ruins of Jorvik to this day. I've been in and around Jorvik as much as any man during my time here. I've never seen any evidence of this.
The fog, you wouldn't say, is, I don't know, evidence of certainly something strange.
I've seen fog before. Does not harm me when I pass through.
Right, but usually fog is something that moves, something that's, transitory, changeable. It's part of the weather. If this fog is stagnant, then it's likely magical.
It's possible, yes.
Whether or not it's, spirits is a different thing.
It is difficult to tell what is magic and what is not with the tempests. They pass through all parts of the grove. They leave remnants behind. Fog, weather, rain, storm. Again, difficult to say what is and is not. You could be right.
Well, certainly I don't necessarily want that to be the case if we're travelling through there, but,
As I said, the fog so far has not harmed me. I do not believe it will harm you.
Can Orba look at the elf who told the story?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the dagger? The magical dagger?
I don't believe it was ever found.
Interesting.
Cursed dagger.
Yes. Details.
So these ruins, what is it that's remained intact? Anything?
Parts of structures. And Daud also kind of adds on to this. Yes, the roads, sort of lining the ruins. Like I said, very quick to travel through because they're fairly well maintained given all this happened. A lot of the buildings are destroyed, overgrown. Other than that.
Any natural landmarks
In the ruins? There are things that I look for, yes. There was a tower in the center of Jorvik. There's a portion of that still stands. I look for that when I'm traveling through the fog. Some other landmarks as well, buildings that used to stand there.
natural.
There are plenty of the red trees that you see all around. You're looking for something in particular?
Just wondering.
We can keep an eye on when we go, assuming you still wish to bring me along.
I mean, I think we could use the help.
I agree.
Leave in the morning then?
That is fine by me.
As close to first light as possible, I think, yes, to try and make as much haste as we can.
Yeah, alright.
You see the Acqly elf kind of lean forward for a moment. Anyone else?
You want a story?
If you have one.
I'm gonna kind of look around and see if anyone looks like they're raring to go. I've got a story. It's a personal story. I'm going to tell you a story about me. I don't know very many stories about other people, so I figured I'd start with what I know.
He sort of turns.
Safira kind of gives him the piercing stare, kind of like okay. When I was a kid, all I wanted to do was be a fighter. So, I was stupid. I didn't really know what I was getting into, but I spent all my time, behind bushes, pretending I had an arrow. And eventually, when I got older, I was one of the youngest recruits of a very powerful man who was a very good teacher. And I served under him for some time. And then I was transferred, to a different unit where his son was in charge. And I grew up my whole life thinking there's an order to things, There's a right way to go about doing something. There's a hierarchy, there's a status quo. And if you can fit within that thing, if you can make that thing work well enough, then you're doing something good. But unfortunately, this man, this son of my teacher, well, the apple, it fell far from the tree, I suppose you could say. And, I had to make a decision that was difficult. I had to abandon what I knew, which was the only thing that was important to me and the only thing that gave me purpose. But this man, I watched as he corrupted the structure that I believed in. I watched as he let his men die. And I watched power corrupt absolutely. And so I humbled myself. And I left. And I'm still not sure where that leaves me. But I'm not helping it anymore. I'm not a part of it. I'm not a part of the thing that makes the system not work. I'm not at least taking orders anymore.
Does the son still live?
As far as I know, yes, he does.
What about the dad?
Hopefully, yes.
Will you kill him?
That's a question. I don't want to be the arbiter of all justice in the world. I don't want to kill him. I want to bring him... I want him to stand for the wrongs that he's done. I want his people, the families of the men that he killed, I want them to decide his punishment. So, no, I suppose not.
Will someone bring him to justice?
If someone doesn't, then I will.
This was a good story.
Cheers, mate, thanks.
I have a story. So, I know I'm not very old, but when I was much younger, my mother had access to a lot of wonderful books about magic, and I would care for them and occasionally read them, and it got to a point of curiosity where it became a discipline, and I started to study it secretly. Nobody knew. So as I read and I got more comfortable, I decided one night to be sneaky and cast my first spell. And I chose a spell called Ice Knife because you only need water. You don't need to steal any components, which I wasn't going to do. I could be quiet when I did it. So I put targets in the room, and when I went to cast, Ice Knife is a very aggressive spell of a shard of ice just wailing at the target, and I missed. I missed pretty bad. And I launched holes into furniture and bookshelves, and everything fell apart. And I was terrified. And when I turned around, my mother was in the doorway, scowling at me. And I was very scared. And when she came close, she knelt down and looked at me and said, "You're probably making the mistake all beginners do. You need to throw it like a ball. I expect tomorrow night, when you do it again, you will get it right." And I did. And that was when I started training.
This was a good story.
Thank you. I thought so too.
All right.
As Beezaura kind of you see Daud kind of.
Well, if everyone's going to tell stories of their childhood, I guess why not? I grew up as a servant of sorts, under the rule of a certain man who was not always the kindest to my parents and I. And when I was, I'd say about 17, we were just about to have enough money to leave. The crops were good, and we could make a new life for ourselves. And we were happy about that. And just before we were about to leave and turn in our money to get our freedom, suddenly my mother turned sick. And it was interesting that she became so ill at that certain time, I thought anyway. My father just sent for help and thought nothing else of it. But I happened to know and find certain papers dated before my mother's illness that suspected that someone had made her ill in order to keep us around more, because the doctors cost so much money. My father didn't believe me. So, me being the somewhat angsty teenager that I was, and now older, probably still am, I took the rest of the money, which was only good for one person's freedom, and knew I wanted more for my life than to be under someone's rule for the rest of it. And as much as it hurt to leave my family and not know what else has happened to them, I made my own way. And through a course of many interesting events, I'm here, still seeking my eternal freedom, but certainly on my way.
So you're not free then?
Not exactly.
This was a good story.
Thank you.
What about your dad?
As much as I remember, he was still there with my mother, who had passed away. I have no contact with anyone that was back there.
Are you mad at him?
No, because the man in charge is very influential, and it's easy to be swayed by his actions and words, and when it's family, you choose to believe what you want to believe. And he chose to believe that my mother became ill on her own, and not believe what I had found.
Did you say goodbye to him?
No.
Do you think he would be happy to see you again?
I think so. To know I'm safe, maybe, but I'm not sure if he'd be angry with me either for taking the money and leaving him there.
He might be proud that you got free.
That too. So,
If you get your full freedom, as you said, would you go back?
it would depend on my status at the time, I'd have to say. If I rise to some sort of position, possibly. If I just get out by the skin of my teeth, then I will have to move far away on my own. Either way, will be a victory, I guess.
Thanks, Beezaura.
Thank you for listening.
Sorry about your mum.
Thank you. Me too.
Well, as you said, traveling at first light. Perhaps time to get some sleep.
Okay.
I take it I am officially your guide then.
Yes,
Yes.
how are we going about the payment?
I thought we had said half and half, so we pay 5 gold, I think it is now, and then 5 gold when we get through.
This is fine.
Okay.
How long do you suspect it will take?
A day? Perhaps less. Depends where you want to leave off. You assume I do not think you want to go through the other parts of the grove. We go through EC and then loop back around to the west, yes?
No, I
with
think
the
it's a
map?
faster way to cut. It's faster to cut through the ruins, right?
Yes, that is what
Yes.
we're doing.
Oh, okay.
But
sorry.
I assume you did not wish to travel all the way through Ver. You wish to get out of the grove. Unless I'm mistaken.
So you're saying travel the sort of border between EC and Mill and exit the grove, so east of Ver at the end, yes?
West of
If
there.
you wish, yes, I can take you that way.
That
Is that the quickest route north?
feels.
As I said, you can exit EC either to the east or west, depending on which way you wish to go.
Would West take us back to the Acqly Grove Road?
I'm going to sort of pull out the map that I have just to confirm with him the route that he's talking
Sure,
about.
and so your
Say
guys'
that one
route
more time.
that you had planned on the
was supposed to be this one.
yes. So he's saying go EC.
So he's saying go here.
Yep, up and then back out. Yes, that's what he was.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
So we're still crossing the
So we're,
border,
like,
but
doing
then we're just
the
cutting
He's
road.
saying you just don't want to travel all the way through there, like straight up through the
Oh,
right, and then this will join us back to the Acqly Grove
Yeah,
Road
more
to
or less.
continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
What, is there a high risk
Nope.
of actually I should, is that if we do take that path and we cross kind of towards the Des side of things, does that put us in any danger of being intercepted by the storm?
The tempests will not be moving again for a couple of months at least.
Okay, right, okay.
Bad weather perhaps for a little bit, but
Well then I think,
The fastest route, I think, is best, yes.
yeah.
I have a gold. Is anybody able? or
Oh
not?
yeah, sorry.
Oh, one-
I'm
one
gonna
gold- one
throw a
gold
gold.
each.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
so
If you can catch it, you can.
Catch it.
throw it in the river. Go get it.
Gold down.
You know how to swim, right?
I will get ready tonight. In the morning, I will make sure to make arrangements with the Acqly Elves, and then we will leave.
Any materials we should be purchasing for you?
Where are you going to purchase them?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That's a good point.
Never mind.
Do you want one of those fruits?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah. Where is that? Where is that guy?
No.
Orba
He's
gets
he
up.
looks
I
like
didn't
he went
say that.
inside a tent.
Orba's
He's-
Oh, he's
I
still
didn't
in
say
that
that.
same tent?
he looks like he went to bed.
He's sleeping.
Oh,
He might be awake when you're up.
buddy. Fine.
I'll take first watch, yeah?
Okay, second.
Third.
Fourth is fine with me.
All right.
And
they're
Daud's
all
sort of
right.
getting up and see you in the morning.
Good night.
Good night.
Cheers.
He turns back toward his little tent there that he had sort of on the edge of the perimeter of this sort of encampment.
Thank you for the story, she'll say to the elf.
And he's also sort of collecting some things. The fire's dying down just a little bit, starting to collect some. The group is sort of left for a moment before you start the watches.
That route sounds okay to everyone, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm feeling much better about the timing of everything with Daud on our side.
We may be able to make up some time, yeah?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
He seems to know what he's talking about. I don't imagine why he would lie to us, so...
And pretty efficient, so...
Just briefly, in case we encounter it, should we have some kind of a contingency plans for if we go into this ruin and we do see
What we're
a
looking
building
for?
we might want to enter?
Do we say anything to him about it?
I mean, that's what I mean. I think we should decide now.
Decide whether we tell him?
If we need to go in, he's our guide. I mean, we're paying him to guide us. He will wait outside if we ask, I assume.
I also would
Is
say...
the elf still there, just sitting there with us?
No, he
Or-
kind of got up, yeah. You guys have kind of moved away from the
Okay.
fire toward your horses and equipment.
I would say he seems to be a pretty isolated guy. I mean, I doubt that he's going to be, crying our, story to a bunch of different people. He stays in this grove. He's been here for over a decade. I doubt that,
If anything, we could always just give him a little more gold.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you don't particularly care about seeing the soul shelter, so there could be an instance where you and him keep a watch outside. You keep him occupied, so it's not perhaps fishy or anything.
That's true. If you'd be
Sure,
willing.
I can talk to anyone for a little while if you need me to.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to rest up.
Okay.
Get ready to go.
Anything else before you guys kind of get your bed rolling? Yeah.
Find a spot.
Great. So this will be a long rest as this is going through. You're in the encampment. Everybody give me perception checks with advantage.
Yay!
It's within the safe confines of the...
Good.
Wow.
Not better.
I got the same.
Oh my god! I just rolled a...
Fetching pygmies are stealing more of our shit, guys.
Time to roll back my log here and get the stats of the
Actually,
minute.
Get that weird pan
I've
food
actually
ready.
duct taped everything to my body, and no one can touch it.
Actually, I am sleeping with my bag in my bedroll, like at the bottom of it. Can I do that?
Yes. Just your backpack, nothing that's in your saddlebags or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so upset.
I got a
about
6.
you guys.
19.
9.
Oh, excuse me.
4.
Dirty 20.
Wow, those were some rough rolls. Also, you want to do your breathing exercise?
Yeah, I want to do. Yeah, so
Once again, General Erland has these sort of breathing exercises that
read
he
it
does.
again,
Yeah,
or
sure.
sure.
You want to read it?
You may. I'm going to take a few moments to quietly perform some breathing exercises. I can do this on a short rest. In doing
Or
so,
during your
or a
watch.
long rest, or during my watch. Yeah. In doing so, you may roll any or all hit dice you have available instead of healing. Add the totals to your pool of discipline. When your pool of discipline reaches 50, it resets to 0, and you may find that you gain a mastery of new sepsis skills, or an enhancement of one you already know, and sepsis skills are these sort of druidic powers.
Erland continuing to try and sort of
Breathing
master
too.
the kind of...
So I'm going to use both of my remaining hit die here. Come on, baby.
Oh
is
my goodness.
ultra cocked.
That was very cocked.
Fuck
Oh no.
Okay, so that's 9, take away 2, 7.
feeling more disciplined.
So centered.
So just timeline-wise, before I do my breathing exercises, I'm going to sort of go back to the fire area and sort of have my watch.
Yeah, it's dying down a little bit, but yeah.
And I would like to go over to Daud's tent and see if he is still awake, perhaps.
It sounds like he has a tent and there's a closed flap, but it sounds like he's moving around. It doesn't
Great.
seem like he immediately fell asleep. But
Great.
Just pass.
Excuse me?
Pulls the flap. Missing something?
Do you mind if I speak with you briefly before we all rest up?
Oh, you knew this was happening.
He kind of ducks out, lets the flap fall on. Sure. Sit. There's a couple of stumps there that he was sitting on before. You were worried about the ruins like your friend.
Yes, I am, actually. But that's not what I wanted to talk about.
Alright.
When did you graduate?
When did I graduate from?
I'm going to sort of like, not take off my shirt, but sort of like pull my cloak a little bit to sort of reveal just the top part of the 7. So sort of show the sort of part of the tattoo.
What am I looking for?
We both have the same tattoo on our back. Not exactly the same, but very similar.
I never graduated from anywhere.
When did you get remission then?
Graduation. Remission. I was in a group that primarily trained under a Master Howlett. Do you know the name?
I do know Master Howlett. Quite well, actually.
This was 15 years ago, maybe, that I was granted remission.
From Master Howlett?
It's not one person that decides, but yes.
Did you gain your remission through field work or from specifically excelling at your training for a long time?
Why are you here?
Field work. Master Howlett recommended me. Well, actually, Master Howlett recommended one of my companions, or T's. I think it was after your time. But his niece saw something in me over Ortiz.
This group that you travel with, they have hired you for fieldwork?
His niece hired me. We were all hired by her for a specific mission some time ago, a few weeks at this point, actually.
And this woman is not one of these people?
No. Our mission has ended.
And yet you remain outside the monastery.
She rented my services, hired me, however you want to phrase it, for an entire month. Month and a half, I suppose, but...
Why would she do this?
I honestly don't know. I'd like to think it was because of excelling at the field work that I was originally hired for, but perhaps it was a act of kindness, something that I'm sort of unfamiliar with. But regardless,
something that all monks of Atonement's End are unfamiliar with.
I understand my position and I understand my fortune, which is why I ask you. I have about 3.5 weeks left to try and find something or someone to reinforce my case for remission. As you said, one mission, one task, one suggestion, one recommendation won't do it.
My first field assignments were with a couple of wealthy northerners. Dovak Ruslan and Remy Purinoi. Dovak Ruslan was a shipping merchant. He was having goods stolen from his ships near Dilosun. I was hired to investigate, sometimes provide security for the ships. Remy Purinoi hired me to be part of his loyalty committee, to sniff out those who worked for him and those in the surrounding communities who might be plotting against him. I watched Remy Purinoi torture men for weeks, for months. The time I spent with Remy Purinoy made me cold-hearted and miserable. But when I applied for remission, it was his recommendation that held the most weight. He is a monster, no doubt. But he has his hands in all the right pockets.
Do you regret it?
Yes.
We're heading to Navikapura. Is there anyone there? Is there any...
Navikapura I'm not very familiar with. After I was granted for remission, I looked for a place outside of the major cities. I came here. Now I provide the service. I keep people safe. The Acqly elves will never consider me one of theirs, but that is okay.
Do they know where you trained?
Not that I know. I am alone. That is what they teach you at Atonement's End. How to be alone.
That is something I have come to accept, actually.
You have told your companions this?
Some of them know bits and pieces here and there, but...
If they haven't already, I'd prefer they don't hear my story.
I think that goes without saying. Do you miss it at all, Atonement's End?
No.
And yet you regret doing what you did for your freedom.
Both of these things can be true, unfortunately.
Seems we are stuck between not having anywhere to go back to and not having anywhere to go moving forward.
I imagine that Remy Purinoy is not the only way out.
I'm not so much worried about working for Remy Purinoy specifically. I was fortunate that this mission, though arduous and perhaps I think I was fortunate to be on the right side of history with it, if that makes sense.
Then I envy you.
What I was going to say is I know it's not going to be enough. And I don't know what I'm going to do if asked to do something that is a little harder to stomach.
And if you do or don't do this difficult to stomach thing, and then they don't give it to you, what then? Will you run?
I think I'd rather take my chances back at Atonement's End. I didn't like it. I was good at it, but I didn't like it. Did you ever have to climb Block 93?
I climbed Block 93 more than any man before me. Difficult, they called me.
Had to do it once, bit of a turning point, but I'd rather not have them yell at me from the top of a mountain again. Speaking freely is nice. moving freely is nice.
Yes.
But choosing between being haunted by some sort of guilt. More field work comes up, yes. You left and came back and left and came back.
Yes. The older you get, the less work you're given. And you would be surprised what you can cope with over time, over long enough.
I do. My only fear going back is actually that I'm sort of not well. And I worry that if I go back for a long period of time that I wouldn't last long, not from arduous training. They're not exactly healers there. I know they do have healers, but they don't exactly care if you live and die. And I have a feeling
that is mostly true. I would say that is mostly true.
And I have a feeling that whether or not I wanted to, whether or not I was succeeding in my training, I would become, as you said, rather useless rather quickly. Certainly quicker than my fellow adepts. So I just hope I'm not asked to do anything particularly evil.
You can always wash the floor at the Townman's End.
There is always that. Any advice?
No. You definitely should not take it from me.
Have you met anyone else since your mission?
No.
There's not many, are there?
They do field work often enough, but I don't see them come through here. And I don't leave very often.
I suppose that's true. I hope I am part of the 7%. I don't want to die there.
As I said, I've looked at the 93% a number of times. I see their skulls in my sleep.
Me too. Thank you.
See you early in the morning.
So go back to the campfire.
Where you've left us completely unguarded.
Yeah, you're all dead.
Everyone's like,
We're all toast.
There's a copper bear going through.
time passes by, your watch ends. Anything else, something people want to do during their watch?
No.
Anything else?
I'll do.
I don't know what the order was, but
I was last.
I think it's.
No,
Oh, no,
Safira.
Safira.
It was me next,
Then
and my
you.
perception check was
Then me.
terrible.
was there anything you wanted to do during your
No.
watch? Okay, great.
Just
Beezaura.
perceive things.
Graven. Woken for his watch.
I'm gonna take out the cracked egg
Okay.
and
Gonna eat it.
yes, omelet.
It's enough.
Never
A
like.
Sangrelam?
No.
Oh my!
Pour that on your own lap, please. Pour that on your own lap. Very careful to not ever actually put it together. I'm gonna kind of really study where the marks meet up, and then like sit and close my eyes and try to turn them like the practice,
wheel?
like the wheels, yeah, and try to see if I can line them up and feel where they would go together, and then put my eyes in check and just
To sort of get it wrote in your sort of physical memory a little bit without having to kind of look at it.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll say, give me a dexterity check.
Straight dexterity.
I didn't know I'd have to do it.
16.
16, great. So you take a moment, you a couple times you kind of put them together and it clicks a little bit and you're like, you wait. And you do it a few times and then finally on like the 8th or 9th try you kind of move them and don't put it all the way together but get it close and you can kind of tell, you kind of feel that you have the right.
I'm going to try to like really concentrate on my mother's face and see if I can like bring it up.
Just conjure an image of her face.
Yeah.
Visions kind of swirling in and out. You try to picture it sort of features, and at first it's kind of like almost like a blank slate with a Goliath's outline. You're trying to fill in the colors, the skin tone, the eyes, shape of the face. And a couple times it seems like you're sort of filling in some of the details, and then almost like shaking an Etch-a-Sketch, like it kind of resets as you try to kind of get them each time. And once again, one thing, her eye color, where the face is sort of shaped up near her skull, the clothing she would wear. And it comes together just a little bit, and you put it kind of together with the image that you were seeing at Michael Ainsley's hut back in Aranchupa, and the two images kind of blend into one another. And it's fuzzy, it's not a perfect picture, but you have sort of working through the memories, you find bits and pieces of it. It's kind of looking at something out of focus, but it's there.
Wrap it back up.
Let's watch continues. And the morning comes. You've all long rested.
Orba's had her spellbook near the fire. While she's been
Sure, yeah.
trying to dry
It also, like, it was just sort of smoldering embers, but giving off a little bit of heat, enough to kind of, it's definitely getting there. It's a couple of the pages look a little warped just from the water and then the heat kind of coming back, but it looks, it's a little thicker than it was before because the pages aren't all perfectly flat like they were once upon a time. But it's there.
Indeed.
And you guys begin to rise in the morning. Just a few strong gusts of wind that kind of blow in from the west as the light is just beginning to rise. Kicks up some of the tent flaps. Indicators that the storm likely rages on in the region of Des, but hasn't quite reached here, or that it dies out by the time it gets this far east. The elves rise early. Orba watches as even before her sort of party mates have woken, that a few of them kind of come out. You see another couple of them look to start light a fire again, kind of in the middle at that larger. It's not as raging a fire as it was at night, but they're getting something ready to cook. You see Daud getting right to work, prepping for departure. Comes out of his tent. He looks like he's stuffing a few leftover morsels of the rabbit that he had kind of in his mouth. And he's got it kind of hanging out of his mouth as he ties the weapons to his horse. He's got like a bow that he ties on there. And as he do so, it looks like he kind of, as he's kind of getting ready, he converses with a couple of the elves. Looks like he might be explaining his imminent absence. You see him kind of go up, and you see him kind of point out to the east and sort of pat him on the chest a little bit and just explain. It seems like they're not resisting. They kind of give him a nod. He seems just sort of explaining where he might be going. Gets a couple nods, polite bows, content with their safety in the area. And then the rest of the party begins to kind of rise there as Orba's just surveying things.
See the guy selling the Plombus fruit?
He does come out.
Oh my god.
Can I buy 5 of them?
Oh
Oh my god.
As you kind of go over to him and say that to him.
Good
For
work.
like 1 gold.
Yes. And he goes back into his tent.
He's like,
And he comes out with kind of a little bushel.
The chance I'm getting.
5, you said.
Yes, please, thank you.
One
They're
silver per
delicious.
plum.
Yeah.
Yes, they are adequate.
I can't wait for her to just.
There you go. Thank you.
Your presence is a gift.
Your presence is a gift.
Oh, wow.
Your presence is a gift. Your presence is a gift.
Yes, your presence is a
Your
gift.
presence is
No, your presence is a gift.
And Daud kind of sees this exchange happening. You have to let them be the last one to say it. Your presence is a gift. And he turns and moves back towards the
How long did it take you before you picked up on that, Daud?
Not very long. And he goes and continues to kind of prep his horse. And the rest of you are getting up at this time. As Orba's coming back with the palumpa fruit.
Is there any? Do they have any like food
How many
that seems
did
sort
you
of
get?
communal or?
I mean, it looks like a couple of them take some stuff out of the tent. They're sort of putting it on little sticks over the fire. A couple pieces of meat that look like they're. Some of them are chewing on palumpa fruits. I mean, they have some food. It doesn't look like they're offering it up to anyone, but they're eating their own food. Yeah.
Would a palumpa fruit be enough for like a breakfast?
Yeah, it's a very sort of. It almost tastes like a.
fruit.
Yeah, it almost tastes like a kind of an unripe plum. Like it has kind of a tough texture, but it's denser. It has sort of a
The
filling.
calorie density of
Yes,
an avocado.
very very high calorie density.
I like
Is that just for you, or?
No, it's breakfast.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
thanks. You
Orba.
didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Do we owe you a cut of the gold if we find anything?
Oh no, I just like
Well,
to
no,
play.
but I do think that if we find a seed, we ought to.
No, but she does sit down and like look at you. Wait for you to eat.
Is everybody eating their plum?
Yeah.
Percentile rolls for most excited. Most exciting
We
thing.
always get so excited about
Just
percentile
I'm
rolls.
gonna use my inspiration for
For
this.
plum fruit. That would be
At the same time.
So
primo
that
use
is 10,
of
D10?
inspiration.
Yes.
Yeah.
Better than a 46. Better than a 46.
Oh, boo. That sucks.
Not 31.
26.
45.
Guys, we suck.
Did you look at it upside down or something? 18?
Well, for a second I was like, 108.
Come on, baby.
It's 18.
No,
Oh,
that's
61.
upside
I thought it was a 91.
Everyone kind of.
of.
You can feel the kind of juicy. It doesn't feel like any of them have a seed.
Delicious, but
You can already
not
see Orba like
worth anything.
again.
Thank you for the meal, but
But it's so fun.
I think we can find better use for our gold. And I'm not hungry anymore.
Okay. It's real fun.
And as you guys are kind of eating,
Hungry.
Daud does wander over, sees you guys kind of munching on the fruits. We will set off as soon as you all are ready. You don't look it to me, but I take it you are not squeamish.
No.
definitely not me.
Good. Because the first area I'm going to take you through can be a bit unnerving to some. It's a part of the grove where a battle took place almost 10 years ago. But the dead bodies there do not decay. It's not entirely known why, but they remain. For our purposes, however, the ground is flat and the trail is easy to follow. You will make better time on that trail than anywhere else.
Do their spirits also remain?
No.
How many bodies would you say there were?
100 more. They line the sides of the trail for a bit of it, but
Sorry.
then the trail continues.
You said squeamish. They're not decomposing bodies?
No.
So I suppose that's creepy, but I don't know why it would be gross.
It's an improper choice of words, perhaps.
Is this something I've ever seen or heard of before?
Not necessarily.
And how long since this battle occurred?
More than 150 years.
Wow.
Not that it might be appropriate to do so, but do they have any valuables on them?
Oh.
I believe others have had a similar thought.
I
You will
figured
find that
after
many of
100
them
years.
are naked, as people have pilfered the clothes from them as well.
Right.
That's
I wouldn't
creepy.
That is, yes.
touch them. People have said that they get strange thoughts in their heads when they touch them.
Noted.
Okay, no touching dead
But
bodies.
once again, I've been through here a number of times. If you don't touch the bodies, we make good time through.
What do the Acqly elves believe that this place signifies?
Well, it was a band of Black Lion barbarians that had been exiled from their homes.
Hang on, Black Lion barbarians are necromancers. You really expect me to walk through this forest where there are a bunch of dead bodies that haven't decayed for 150 years and expect me to believe that they're not going to come to life and try to stab me?
Sounds like someone's being squeamish.
Squeamish? No, I would say frightened, yes, of undead Black Lions, which we've dealt with actually before.
Alright. As I said, I have taken this trail quite a few times.
Alright, well.
The people here believe that the bodies are unnaturally preserved because they are in a sort of stasis. The Black Lions brought necromancy to the grove, as they are known to do, like you said. But there is magic in the grove that seems to quell the turning of the undead, as you may have heard about the Tempests. So, people think these people cannot fully die, nor can they turn, so they're stuck. This is what has been theorized, anyway.
Did the Black Lions erect anything in this area?
Not that I have seen.
How well has it been searched?
If they've stripped the bodies, I assume pretty well.
I mean for structures.
I have been through all parts of the grove. What am I looking for?
I don't know.
This route disturbs this group more than I thought it would. We can take a slower route if you wish.
I think we stick with this route since you're most familiar with it.
I think we trust our guide. That's why we're paying our guide.
Yeah, and I guess
Yes.
we don't touch the bodies for sure.
Yep. No
I say
touching
we get
bodies.
moving as soon as possible.
Thank you, Daud.
Give me one moment to get my horse. I will let you get ready. He turns to go back towards his team.
I mean, I trust him if he says they're not going to do anything, but that is, that's odd.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Were you thinking when you were asking him about structures? Sorry, I'm trying to say this under
Yeah,
my...
you can. You're far enough away.
Are you...
Yes.
Okay, can we help you look for anything in particular?
I've never seen one before.
Okay.
I
I just was wondering, because...
I didn't know whether it would be underground because of the photo that we found.
Right.
And if they don't know to go looking for it, would miss it.
Well, that
That
would
might be
make
true.
more sense if
Well,
Black Lion necromancers were building one of these things rather than the Tempests.
We're traveling
Yes.
along the border, and we're just going to keep our eyes open for that tree or a building bearing that symbol, perhaps. Perhaps it's not a
Anything
literal tree.
that
It's
could
a
possibly look like an
it's a
entrance?
design.
Or any ground that looked like it's been dug up at all.
That map, it does look like there's a line. I mean, the line could signify either the divide between EC and Mill, or it could signify that, or both, that something's underground.
Well, there's markers lining the borders. What if there's literally a tree, sitting
there.
clearly
Exactly.
between?
That's true.
We're going to keep our
I
eyes
will,
open.
I will say also just time-wise, to be clear, you guys are probably still a half day from the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Okay.
So
you
this
were
battle didn't happen at the border.
saying- He didn't say exactly, but
Yeah.
you guys have at least a half day's travel
Yeah.
before you get to the EC Meal border.
Well, when we get close, we just keep a lookout for a tree or structure underground or something.
Do we think it's worth showing our guide this map or no?
What if we just pretend we stumble on it serendipitously? The structure, I mean. We have
Yeah,
an excuse
I mean-
to investigate.
I say when we approach, we make the best call at the moment. If it's out there for everyone to see, then there's no problem. But if we need to start searching a bit, we might need to show him.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't believe he has any reason to need a soul shelter. He lives out here. He's lived out here with the elves, essentially by himself for
I
a very
agree.
long time.
But I don't think there's any reason that he'd want to prevent us from doing anything either.
I will say I would be comfortable showing him the map once we reach the border.
I would too.
All right, I trust you. Let's go.
Let's get moving.
As everyone starts moving away, I just want to grab Graven and pull him real close. Just grab his arm and pull him
As
close.
people are getting up on their horses.
Yeah.
You saw the seven? Say nothing of it. Not for my sake, for his. Understand?
And I'm going to sort of hop on the horse.
Oh, brother.
Graven's like,
Did you see the guys?
I didn't say yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I definitely caught a glimpse of that thing. So.
the group saddles up, and you Daud kind of comes over with his horse, and he waits for everyone. We're ready to go.
Yes.
All right. Follow me. And he starts to move. What is the kind of order here? It's pretty dense in the woods, so
I wanna
there might
follow
be
right
some
behind
decent
them,
single
'cause,
file happening. So Safira first,
I'll
and
go
then
up to them, yeah.
and Erland,
Oh, yeah.
Beezaura,
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be in the rear.
fourth, Graven, Orba. You head east, but no longer following the exact path of the river. It doesn't take long at all to realize the benefits of a guide. Without the water beside you, the underbrush does an excellent job obscuring any of the trails. and the layers of fallen leaves, while beautiful in their mixed colors, they seem to cover up your horse's footprints the instant after you've passed through. So a horse kind of hoof comes up and the leaves kind of flutter in, cover the tracks.
Terrifying.
As you can see, instead of shouting back to the party a little bit, it is slow moving here. It's very dense. In about an hour, hour and a half, we will reach the battle site. And it will open up some. We can pick up the pace. It wears off on you after years of living here, but I remember when I first arrived thinking how beautiful the trees are. After a rainstorm, they sparkle and shine. The way the sun reflects off of them creates sort of a reddish coloration. Nature's version of standing beneath a stained glass window. Enjoy the sights. And he continues to ride.
Can I kind of call up ahead?
Sure, you can.
They're
You're
not
closer to him.
magical, these trees, are they?
That would be an awful lot of magic. They're everywhere.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Can I ask you all why you're traveling north? You don't have to tell me, but will give us something to pass the time. All right then. He continues to ride. He doesn't push it.
Silence.
So you guys sort of continue to ride, and again, it's quiet, crunching through the leaves a little bit. It's very again, you're weaving back and forth between the trees. You can tell you could never really pick up a good pace here. You'd constantly be kind of starting and stopping as you run through the trees. And a couple of times, kind of just trying to pick up conversation a little bit, Daud does sort of throw out some things to the party. At one point, he takes a look at Orba, and you seem very young to be traveling with this group.
Yep,
How did you find her?
on the road. I was enlisted for a previous job. Just by happenstance, I became of use at a very appropriate time.
She's a very talented wizard, you know. So.
I believe that.
I also just kept asking for a job over and over again until I got it.
And
It's pretty
persistent, yeah.
much- Yeah.
So you're what then? Bounty hunters?
Yeah, that would be, I guess, the best description. Bit of an eclectic bunch, but yeah.
And you are on a mission now? Bounty you're looking for? Something up north?
We have a few leads in mind that we're chasing. You know, whether or not we'll be able to find the things that we're looking for, we'll see.
Does this seem like performative to me, given my conversation with him last night? Like he's feigning interest?
Give me an insight check.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
He's a bit of a nomad. He's trying to get...
Is this a shady dude?
No, it's more like because I kind of told him that how we were all together. So like whether or not he's just kind of like doing this to keep everyone off his trail, or if he has some ulterior motive. 15.
15. It doesn't seem malicious in any way. You do get a little bit of the sense, just given some of the pieces that he chooses to pick at, that he might be comparing what you told him to what he's asking the party, just to see if you're on the level. Like, he doesn't seem like he's doing it maliciously, but he might be, like, possibly evaluating what you
See if I was telling him the truth.
Exactly, yeah.
Sure.
You get that, because, like, very specifically what he chooses to say and doesn't seems to be relative to what you talked about in your conversation, yeah.
Good insight.
I will also say it is unusual to see a Goliath traveling with anyone else who is not a Goliath. Most of them travel alone.
It's always good to have company.
Sure.
You disagree?
No, I think Goliaths disagree for the most part.
I don't think this Goliath
Well,
would disagree
Goliath,
with
do you disagree?
What? What's the question?
Would you rather be traveling alone?
No, this. No.
See? He loves it.
I can tell. And he continues to.
No.
What are you asking?
Some time passes. The back and forth kind of weaving between the trees becomes kind of ingrained in your hips as you guide the horses kind of back and forth through the trees. And the frequency with which you have to push aside kind of low-hanging branches it means that you guys start more and more giving yourself gaps, space between the riders, sort of avoiding pushing a branch and then having it whip back to the person behind you. So you guys are in this kind of long, single file line as you sort of move through here, giving space for the branches to snap back into place. You're separated enough to kind of make conversation difficult, so it's a quiet, contemplative portion of this journey. You have a moment kind of alone with your thoughts. Occasionally, you'll hear a loud call from the front as Daud kind of turns back, giving out brief instructions or articulating his moves before he does them. At one point, sort of, bearing a bit to the left, and you'll see him kind of move off to the left, and everyone will follow. At one point, he kind of, soft earth on the right. Watch out for that.
Can you imagine?
You guys continue forward. And it's during this kind of quiet, serene portion as you guys are moving through that Erland notices something. A very brief, dull flash of light.
Oh no.
And at first you kind of turn and look to see where it might have come from, and the flash comes again. And it's coming from your bag. Something inside your bag. It's flashing.
I'm gonna pull out. I assume it's this. It's happening. I'm gonna look in. Is it the smooth stone?
The stone is glowing.
Okay, I'm gonna. We're riding pretty privately here, yeah.
You're about Safira's about 40, 50 feet in front of you, and then Beezaura's probably 40-ish feet behind you. So you're between the two of them in this single file line.
Okay, I want to try and because I just looked in my bag to see the light.
Yeah.
I want to try and shift my bag so the light so they can't see the light.
You can kind of set it in your lap. Yeah.
And I want to pull out GGG.
Great.
Quite like sneakily. I don't want anyone to see me.
I'm gonna say, give me a perception check. Give me a stealth check.
Oh man.
What you got there?
I see a light!
12.
Nat 20.
You watch as Erland sort of very quietly pulls something out of his bag, and the motion that he makes, he has, his back is to you, but the motion that he makes is kind of this motion, so his elbows kind of come apart, and you get the sense that he's open.
Deeply annoying, that 20.
Easy.
And you take a look in, and at the moment, the page is blank. Not unchanged. All of that writing that was on it before is blank.
Okay. So I'm gonna keep it. So I'll put my bag. Is the light still flashing?
No, it flashed kind of 2 or 3 times.
Okay, I'll sort of have it just down to my side again. I'm just gonna sort of, as I'm writing, keep my book there to see if if writing materializes. Just as I'm writing along, I'll kind of be.
Okay, you're just holding the stone?
The book.
So the stone's in your bag.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
You have to have one hand on the reins.
Stone in the mouth.
Yeah.
is it? So if I wait like a second, do I see writing start to materialize on the book?
You don't. No.
Okay, I'm gonna reach my hand in the bag and just squeeze the stone a few times.
Squeeze the stone, and you kind of ride with the book kind of in your lap a little bit, and writing starts to appear.
Yes! I hate you.
Oh my god,
It's a lot of writing.
long.
It's a lot of writing.
Is this a solo session?
Erland drives into a tree.
Right into that soft earth that Daud warned you about.
Daud turns around.
Dude,
Dude, I
just
told you.
That was it. And the writing appears in the book. It's kind of written on in handwriting. It looks very similar to the handwriting that you saw before. And the ink appears very quickly. And it's almost written by an invisible pen as it kind of appears, scrawled along the page. And it says as follows. I write in haste as my time in solitude is limited. In an effort to not attract undue attention, I will erase the page when I am done. I can only hope that you're able to see some portion of it before it is gone. I have no idea how much you know at this point, if anything. When I was imprisoned by the Lemonade Man, he told me almost nothing of what he was working on, just that I was to find a way to trigger myconid extract from a distance. In an effort to learn more and possibly get help, I told them I needed to see where they would be trying to trigger the substances from, which is how I got my arcane eyes installed in the underground chambers. I recognized you from the portrait in Regeni's office. And though it would be tempting to pin him as the mastermind behind all this, I do not believe that to be entirely the case. You may have heard that Rugeni and I had a falling out over certain uses of myconid extract, and this is true. He believed that organic alchemy was made possible with the extract, and spoke of using it on those very near to death as a way to both prolong their life and foster a greater population of myconids, so that the need to harvest them inhumanely was diminished or eliminated entirely. I am ashamed to say that I did not immediately see the connection between my imprisonment and Rugeni's experiments. It had been quite a long time since he had consulted me on anything at all, and I did not know what progress he had made, if any. The world of myconid extract is fraught with corruption. It seemed impossible to be certain who was behind it. I do not believe, both in my heart as well as what I have seen, that Rugeni ever intended to use such techniques on young or healthy populations. I dragged my feet as best I could, but the Lemonade Man grew exponentially more impatient and violent by the day. I tried to give him crumbs, just enough to convince him I was still trying. But then I was visited by another man. It was someone I recognized, someone that had visited the Natural Studies Institute before to speak with Rugeni. I didn't get his name, because I didn't think much of his visit, but this time, he introduced himself as Dardanach Jr. Curious, considering Dardanach, assuming it was the Dardanach, was not known to have a son. His hair color had also changed since I last saw him. What used to be brown was now a golden blonde. This man was highly intelligent and knew much of Rugeni's work. He looked at my diagrams and seemed to make sense of them despite their being incomplete. He then said I would soon be moved to a secure spot in Urnchupa for my own safety. I was gagged and thrown into a wagon disguised as an animal transport, along with some equipment from my lab, which luckily included my mirrored inscription page that likely seemed benign to whoever packed up my belongings. At this point, I hadn't seen you light the stone, so I wrote another encrypted message, hoping that you'd see it. Though I never saw the outside of the wagon I was in, I strongly suspect I didn't make it even close to Urnchupa before our caravan was ambushed.
Oh, God.
I did not recognize those that apprehended me, and I was blindfolded before being carted off somewhere else and locked into a basement. It was there that... And the writing stops. And then very quickly scrawled in messy handwriting just below that, a little gap, and then below that, must go. Try to write again soon. And...
Oh my God.
The page starts to disappear from bottom to top of the writing.
Very naughty. You've been very
And in the interest of a little bit of digestion, that's where we're going to take our break.
Oh my God.
With
What?
finally GGG
What?
communication happening through the book.
Dardanach Jr.
Holy God.
It's not. It's the dark.
A little bit of intrigue to look into, and well on our way to the ruins of Joyra.
Look at what you've done. Look at what you've
Look
done.
at what you
Nothing
did.
to do with
guy-
me.
Yes, it did.
He's not under enough duress that he can actually sit down with the book for a little while, so who knows?
Oh, so he's just scrolling pages away. He must be a happy guy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There we go. There we go. That's
As the rest of the group berates Leah in our off time here, we'll take a quick break to have something to eat, and we'll come back. We'll pick it up from there. We'll see you guys. Oh, yes, please.
5 minutes into the be right back thing, there's a recap video that plays of last week's episode in case you're like, what's going on? Also, because we just brought up a bunch of stuff from the OG campaign, if you go to the Instagram and scroll to when there's tiles that say part 1, the journal, part 2, 3, 4, it'll break down all of what he just said pretty much.
Yeah, basically a few episodes ago when they were doing their scouting mission, they found a journal that very much went into depth as to what was going on with the harvesting of the myconids and what's happening. It's a very good sort of primer in what they think is happening, what they think is being done to the creatures. That's something we might put that up during the break at some point also as a sort of reminder the farther it gets away from where we are.
Those poor people are just going to get very sick of my voice. Talking in a very fast way.
Great. So we'll see you guys on the other side.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. We'll be right back.
What is going on?
Chapter 56, No Dawdling, our friends attempt to recover their belongings from the sneaky veggie pygmies.
So Orba just sees Beezaura and Graven just wailing on this guy, and she waits for an extra second until it looks like it's about to go down, and then she goes and...
With all items in tow, the journey north continues, and our friends develop a theory for the mysterious map.
I thought maybe, possibly too much of a coincidence, who knows, but what if SS on the map stood for Soul Shelter? Anybody interested in going inside the Soul Shelter, raise their hand.
Really?
I'm open to it, but I think the less we speak about it, the better.
But the conversation is interrupted when our friends spot a human woman robbing a grave of a recently deceased Acqly elf.
Not that it's any of your business, but the Acqly elves owe me, so I'm getting what I'm owed. My sister and I set up a fishing spot downriver, just outside of E2. The tempests bring bad weather, but if you know anything about them, they also attract wildlife. There's plenty of opportunity for food. But the squall seasons changed much earlier than they said they would, and they destroyed all of our equipment. I think they did it on purpose.
Is your sister all right?
She's fine.
Naeus admits that she was planning on selling the items in the offering bowl as compensation for her damaged equipment.
What did you take from the bowl?
They're seeds, all right? They're plumba seeds. It's not a big deal. It's not like I took the erupo, okay?
What
I'm
is
not
that?
an idiot.
What is that?
Erupo, by the way, is the elven word for offering.
Oh, okay.
They bury them, and I didn't take those. I know that the elves curse them before they bury them.
Our friends dismiss Naeus and continue traveling with the river that runs along the perimeter of the grove, which is when the wildlife around them erupts, with creatures of all kinds charging toward the origin of the Tempest's storm. Safira tries to speak to passing raccoons, snakes, and rodents.
Where are you going?
The Tempest's call. We answer. A new warden will be chosen.
Who's the warden?
A new one will be chosen. I hope it's a snake.
So I guess the warden can be an animal.
A warden among the animals,
If
yes.
you get to see another creature, ask what perhaps the responsibilities of the warden are.
What does the warden do?
It's given great power.
Our friends finally reach the bridge to cross north and into the grove, where they find a temporary settlement of Acqly elves. Safira and Beezaura meet the only human among them, a man named Daud.
There is a kind of bear in the Acqly Grove called a copperclaw. These animals are sacred to the elves. It is forbidden for an elf to hunt these. So, if a camp or settlement is attacked by a copperclaw, it's good to have someone like me around.
Daud has lived with the Acqly elves for 10 years and offers our travelers insights into the unknown areas of the grove.
You might save up to a quarter of a day or more traveling through the ruins of Joyruk.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
Joyruk was an early attempt at a permanent settlement in the Acqly Grove.
Okay.
The natives identified a spot where they believed they would be safe based on the traveling patterns of the tempests. But much like predicting the weather, the tempests are not a perfect science. The city lasted less than 20 years before it was destroyed. There is a fog there, believed to be left behind by the tempests after they destroyed it.
A fog?
Yes. The locals believe that this was the tempest's way to discourage anyone rebuilding Joyruk.
Hoping to hire Daud to guide them further north, our friends decide to share camp with the elves for the night and gather around the fire.
Our entire livelihood is based around the movement of the tempests. Some want to know what they look like, what they sound like, why they're here.
And these people who have seen these tempests and lived to tell the tale, what stories are they telling?
Great snakes. Flying snakes of storm, clouds, and lightning that move through the trees, hundreds of feet long.
You said we could tell a story first, and then maybe you'll tell us a story, yes?
And he sort of folds his hand a little bit, and he leans forward into the fire, and he thinks for a moment. And he stares in the fire. You can see the fire kind of crackling in his eyes. And that's where we're going to end for the night.
Yeah.
As we wait to hear the story of the Acqly elves.
Oh,
That is where we're going to pick it up.
What spooky stories will be traded by the fireside? Will Daud unknowingly lead our friends to a hidden soul shelter? How long is the list of questions that awaits Graven if they find one? Find out next time on Tabletop Notch.
Welcome back.
My thought process.
Hope you had a lovely break. We are on the trail in the Acqly Grove. Erland has just finished reading the page of Grimari's giant grimoire. It has the mirrored inscription page that allows someone else who has the other page to write on it. You can see it. And so he's seen the message from this man that they've been trying to contact for quite some time. Finally able to get through.
Sorry.
Yes,
Is there enough room to scoot up, or are we in single file?
No, you definitely can. The problem is the reason you guys got so far apart is because people were like pulling branches, so they come back and kind of whoosh, whip back. So you certainly can, yeah.
Can I scoot on up?
Sure.
And just
speeding up just a little
duck
bit.
right underneath those branches?
Yeah, I mean, as you start to get up, I mean, Erland can hear you, so you start to hear Beezaura kind of approaching.
And the page has been erased.
It is completely blank, yep.
Okay, great. I'm gonna close it up, put it back. Great. I'm just gonna close it up, put it back.
And you can hear Beezaura kind of riding up a little closer.
Erland? Was there something you were looking at?
Yes, Marvin's in danger. I'll tell the whole group. I'll tell the whole group as soon as we all can ride next to each other.
How do you know he's in danger?
Because he wrote to me. I'll let the whole group know when we have a moment, but there's nothing to be done, but he's in danger.
Do you know where he is?
No, I'll talk to the whole group. I received a lot of information. I'm trying to memorize it, but I don't know. He's been kidnapped in some way.
Oh. All right then. I guess I'll wait to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been kidnapped. Oh, okay.
The ride continues on. Again, single file for a long period of time through the dense trees here. Daud continuing to guide you.
What new information?
And as this ride continues on, Graven gets a familiar warm feeling running from his shoulder down to his palm. The sounds of the wilderness around you kind of get a little hollow and a little distant. You can hear the blood almost pumping through your ears as if you're covering them with cupped hands. Your companions have been touched by my grace. All but the young Tiefling, who pushes the limits of my mercy.
They don't know how powerful you are.
A spurned blessing is an insult to me, as it should be to you.
Leave her alone.
You should seek to replace her with another companion. When the time comes and the beast is to be slain, she will try to stop you.
Nothing will stop me.
She sources her power from the dead. A natural opposite to the gods of light and their clerics. Your gain is her loss, and her loss is your gain.
She is a powerful wizard of her own right. She can aid in this.
You'd better be right.
Leave her to me.
And the warm sensation begins to travel back up your arm until it fades. And the sounds kind of come back.
She's the only one behind me, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna, just turn back and just make sure I can get eyes on her.
40 feet behind.
Give her a nod. Keep moving.
Group continues to move.
Celebration, you have to use it.
A little bit further. And you hear Daud once more shouting. A little quiet in the back for Orba and Graven, the other three pretty clearly. It's opening up. We're getting close. And so it is. The horse's hooves change from kind of light thuds to some rockier terrain. It seems to be keeping the trees from growing quite as close together, the kind of rocks in the ground. But it remains quite level, and the added space for maneuvering allows Daud to kind of speed up a little bit. And in doing so, he also shifts over to the right, allowing for the possibility of the group just kind of getting closer in general, not being quite so distant from each other. It comes slowly at first. A body on your left, half covered in leaves. Another on your right, slumped back against a tree. And then as you start to bear to the left, this little open trail, you see it broaden into a wide corridor The branches up above you, they seem kind of interconnected on both sides, kind of growing up and then mingling, almost creating like a natural little tunnel that you're passing through. Lining the edges of this tunnel are dozens, perhaps hundreds, of eerily still, but entirely preserved bodies. That if not for the weapons driven through their chests or the bloodless lacerations on their skin, they would look to be sleeping rather than slain. It has the feeling of having kind of stepped into an artist's portrait of a battle, a captured moment in time that you're free to look around in. And it's about an even mix between purple-skinned Acqly elves and black-hand tattooed barbarians. And it's obvious that scavengers have taken anything of value over the years. The only weapons left are the ones that are deeply lodged into their victims. And many of the combatants are fully naked, having been stripped of uniforms, armor, cloth, anything at all. And you guys all the group that was sort of spread starts to converge a little bit as it's a little bit wider and you're riding through at a better pace now, but still sort of carefully moving through. And now not having to shout quite as much to the whole group to get everyone's attention. Is everyone doing all right?
Pretty well.
As you can see, the path here is clear. Let's pick up the pace a bit. Get to somewhere with a better view.
What was the opposing force to the Black Lions? Who were they battling?
The elves of the grove.
Oh, right.
The elves did not appreciate their company.
I think these Black Lions were supposedly exiled. They were looking for a new place to call their home.
Well, the Acqly elves are not fans of necromancy, are they?
Most people are not fans of necromancy.
That's fair. That's a fair take. Can I, as we're like kind of going through this area, I want to make sure that I'm keeping my eye out for anything that looks like a tree like this, and anything that looks like it might be like a sloping, like a tree like the one that we saw on the map.
Sure.
I know it's kind of vague.
Again, given just based on how far you guys have traveled, you have not approached the EC Meal border yet. You can keep an eye out.
I just want to make sure that I'm starting to look for any signs of it, like
definitely.
Something that a structure being built, or even a pathway to that structure.
Sure.
Now.
Right now, the path is again pretty contained. It's nice and wide for you to travel through, but it's dense on the left, dense on the right, and again, it has this kind of branching thing up top. So you guys are traveling through. So it's a little bit like a tunnel, but yeah, you can see into the woods a little bit on each side.
Okay.
Sure.
Knowing that Orba has her flower, can she just be extra sensitive to possible movement from the bodies, or even like a spectral appearance?
Give me a perception check.
I don't like that.
Is that not what you were asking for?
I just want to be able to see.
Oh no, you're fine. No, you're fine.
Yes, you can notice.
16.
16. Okay.
You're good.
Orba sort of keeping a careful eye out. Again, it's not so much single file, so you're not like in the back, but there are people riding in front of you in kind of like a little bunch, so you're able to kind of keep an eye on what's happening behind you and on either side as you continue to move through. And as you continue to ride, the bodies, they kind of seem to be in bunches. Looks like small skirmishes kind of broke out all along this path that add up to a greater conflict. And it's riding past one of these bunches that Orba starts to feel a sharp pang in the back of her mind. Almost like a brain freeze. It seeps deeper and deeper into your mind, almost your eyes almost fluttering in kind of a reflexive discomfort. And you hear one voice start to speak. And as it does, you hear a little bit of whispering that begins to build. But it seems like one voice is trying to speak up above the whispers. Mm-hmm. And it sounds very much like the young girl that you spoke to when you were talking about the flower. Focus, Orba. Do not lose yourself. Demand the respect of the dead.
Is anybody next to me?
You can speak very quietly if you wish.
Yeah. And how would you suggest that I do this?
Do not give in. And as she says that, the chorus of whispers kind of begins to build a little bit. And you continue to look around, sort of looking for anything that sort of might seem out of the ordinary in any way. And the whispers build. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Okay, wisdom save. Nat 20!
Yeah, baby.
You feel it start to seep into your mind, the whispers. Moving your head a little bit to try and disassociate yourself with this connection that's kind of being made. And as you look around, the pressure is kind of building inside your head. It kind of makes it difficult to maintain your composure. And you start to look to your left and your right, and some of the lifeless bodies flick their eyes up to you. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw. And as Orba tries to sort of push back against the whispers, you hear the young girl's voice again. You can transfer the pain to a willing mind if they allow it. Do not give in, Orba. Make the wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That's another nat 20.
Whoa!
And once again, you push away the thoughts. Good. And once again, a few more eyes flicker to you from around. Make another wisdom saving throw.
These whispering places are really creepy.
It's not gonna be a third. Get out. 19.
19.
Oh, let's go.
And once again. And this time, you're able to push back against it, but the flinch is noticeable. And everyone except Daud and Safira, who are kind of the two riding in the front, kind of watch as Orba winces just a little bit.
I'm gonna slow up and get right next to her.
Sure.
And just look at her.
I don't believe slowing down is the option.
Okay. Stay right here.
Move forward fast.
And you guys continue to ride. Are you guys kind of riding even a little faster than Daud and Safira are riding in
I'm
front?
following her lead.
You start to speed up a little bit, and Daud kind of senses you guys moving up behind. He looks. Problem?
I think you're right. It's a little squeamish, this area. If we could...
Make a wisdom saving throw.
I don't like this. How do you do this all the time? 17.
17. And again, right as you're speaking to him, you kind of feel the pressure against the back of your head. And Daud kind of pulls back and turns his horse a little bit. You touched one, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
I told you not to touch one.
Touch nothing.
Don't yell at her. She hasn't touched anything.
Daud, faster. We need to ride faster.
Keep her moving.
I'm gonna lean over and cast Bless.
Okay, go ahead and read that.
You bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. Whenever a target... or a saving throw. Okay. Whenever a target makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack.
Okay.
Or saving throw.
Great.
So, I mean, I guess I might as well bless the 3. So,
Oh, sure. Pick your 3 targets.
me, myself, Orba, and Erland.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to bless the 3 of us.
And as the bless happened, Daud is kind of looking around a little bit, and you can see after a moment, he looks over, and he sees one of the bodies that's eyes had kind of flicked up to focus with you, and you see Daud, and he fires an arrow, and it breaks the focus, and for a moment, the whispers die down ever so slightly, and then they begin to build again. Make a wisdom saving throw.
So, for up to a minute,
Okay.
whenever you make a saving throw, you add a d4 to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this a concentration spell? Just in case you take damage? Okay.
Yeah.
No one take damage. 10 plus a d4.
Yeah.
In addition to your
4.
modifier,
14. 18.
You 18?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Another.
We saw that happen?
Yes, you
All
saw all
I'm
that.
going to look for eyes looking towards
Give me a
her.
perception
Yeah.
check.
Yeah, same.
Everyone give me perception checks. Everyone wants to look.
Okay, I can't
18.
perceive anything.
22.
One.
22. Safira doesn't spot one, but immediately Erland and Beezaura sort of see a couple of the creatures, a couple of the bodies that kind of have looked up at Orba. And you can't hear the whispering, but you can see Orba sort of craning her neck to try and get the voices out of her head. And at one point, Daud, after firing the arrow, he slides off his horse and he pulls out what looks like a set of nunchaku. And he flips it over, and he goes over to one of the bodies, and he whacks it across the head, and the head moves, and the whispers again die down once more. What are you guys doing on the ones that you saw?
He stopped riding?
He sort of got off and pushed his horse to keep it moving, went over to the side, hit one, and is now kind of moving back towards
I'll go to
his
the
horse.
opposite side of him
Okay.
with my mace and just start whacking faces to the
I'll
side.
jump on and hit with my flail.
Good, give me an attack.
Can I reach with a quarterstaff from
Yep.
a horse, basically? Yeah.
Yep.
Even though I didn't see anything, can I? If I see people attacking just anything,
You can attack a
can I
random
attack a
one. You just
random
weren't
one?
able to spot one
I
that was
know,
looking at
yeah,
Orba.
I know.
You can make an attack on a random.
I'll
They're
make an
Sure.
attack on a random.
Give me a
guy,
disadvantage attack.
then. Great.
13?
I get to.
9.
Remember, you get to add D4 if it's a attack.
It's an attack roll.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Thanks.
Not you.
10.
10, great.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Great, those are all hits. So you guys go over to the side, boom, boom, smacking them to the side, and as that's happening, the whispers get a little quieter in Orba's head, and Daud kind of points, keep her moving, and don't touch any of them with your bare hands. And again, he takes hits another one as it kind of smacks to the side. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Same, so I'm like riding. If Orba's riding, I'm riding like right along, like basically,
Sure, yeah.
like
I
got
polo
cherry
and all
picking
these-
this.
13, by the way.
13, great. Safira kind of picks one at random, fires the arrow, and it hits. And as it does, you don't know this, but the whispering again sort of dies a little in Orba's head.
21.
21, great. Heals it again, and the group is kind of guiding you along, hitting them as they go by. Go ahead and make attack rolls again as you guys continue to hit them along the way.
gosh.
As they're doing that, Daud, how much longer?
Another, I don't know, 10 minutes.
14.
Hits another one.
15.
Great, hits.
9?
9 doesn't hit. 17, great. 3 hits. Gorba, give me another saving throw.
Yeah, and okay.
So that was 3 successes, great.
Orba's gonna be taking something out of her bag.
Okay.
Add the D4.
Okay. 11.
11, you take 6 psychic damage as the whispers seep into your brain.
Naturally 6 psychic
It's
damage?
naturally 6 psychic
12.
damage. So it's 12 psychic damage. And at this one, you can see, even with the whacking of the creatures, you see Orba kind of reel over, and she almost gets close to her horse, sort of blocking herself from the pain.
Am I near enough to her as I'm riding?
Yes.
Putting a hand on Orba using the healing girdle.
Okay. Go ahead.
You heal 2.
Okay.
If one of us rides her out as quick as we can, how quickly can we get out?
We can do that. Go, take her.
Alright, I'm gonna take her off her horse and put her on mine.
Okay. And he holds your horse for 1 second.
Yeah.
My only worry is that if we're not here to strike the bodies, something might happen. Are you alright?
I can heal her if something happens.
I
Then
will
go.
run alongside you. Can I run alongside them?
I mean, I'm like
they're on
whipping this
horseback.
horse.
Yep, they're on
Yeah.
horseback.
No, I know, but I mean behind. If I run behind them and I'm like
On your horse?
Yeah, on
Yeah,
my
sure.
horse firing
Oh, yeah.
off arrows
Great.
behind them.
So Daud kind of stays off his horse for the time being. He sort of steps on sort of one of the footholds and is holding the saddle, and as he does so, he sort of whacks one as he's kind of half riding, half side saddle. kind of.
I'm gonna actually stay with Daud and sort of
Yeah, I'll do the
similarly-
same.
Great. Give me another volley of attacks
As
here.
he's running me off, Orba's gonna take out the Feign Death spell scroll.
Okay.
Would I know if Graven can cast this? Like, spell scrolls anybody can cast, right?
I have sort of
Oh, okay.
partial rules about that. He can cast that, yes.
Okay. She's gonna take out the spell scroll. Graven, you might need to try this.
Do I know what this is?
You know what the Feign Death spell is? Yep.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yeah.
Touch a
Read it out
willing
loud
creature.
if you
Okay. You touch a willing creature and put it into a cataleptic state that is indistinguishable from death for the spell's duration, or until you use an action to touch the target and dismiss the spell. The target appears dead to an all-outward inspection, and to spells used to determine the target's status. The target is blinded and incapacitated, and its speed drops to 0. Target has resistance to all damage except psychic damage.
But what if they think I'm dead already? I don't know.
If the target is diseased or poisoned when you cast a spell, you get all the time. Okay, maybe.
Are you gonna do it?
Do you want it now?
What was the volley of attacks here?
Oh, 13.
13?
18.
Great. 2 successes there. Orba, give me another wisdom saving throw.
Okay, and Orba's gonna try and focus on another person?
On who?
I'm the only person around.
Yeah.
No, Safira's very close
I'm
by.
right behind you.
Yep.
I'm right behind you.
Have they also all started riding away?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they're a little bit ahead of the 3 of you. Yep.
Okay, she's gonna like wince in pain. Safira, can you help me?
And I'm kind of like behind with the arrow, like nodding.
Would you like to help me?
Yes!
And Orba focuses
Okay.
her thoughts. I need Safira to make the wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay.
She's not blessed.
No,
I'm blessed.
but you're a cleric.
Wise.
Where's a cleric?
Where is my wisdom? Oh
Wisdom
no.
save.
Oh, it's
Wisdom
right
save,
here.
yeah.
Wisdom save. Okay. Still not wise. That is an 8.
You take 5 psychic damage.
Okay. Don't
As
worry,
you feel,
guys.
for just a brief moment, the whispers sort of infest your mind, and you hear it kind of swirling around just for a moment, and then they disappear. But as they do, it feels like it almost siphoned energy from your mind, and it's a little blurry as you continue
kind of
to ride.
understanding what happened, I'm going to kind of motion to her. Hit me again!
And at this point, Daud has hopped back up. Let's go. And he's sort of riding to the sides of this area. And again, he's hitting them as he goes.
I'll take the other side that he's on.
Sure.
I'll do another.
Give me another volley of attacks all around.
Are we still blessed?
Yes.
It's up to a minute.
And what's the distance?
Do you need another one?
Does it have a distance?
I mean, it says range 30
I'm never
feet,
rolling that one again.
but it says I bless them within range.
As long as it doesn't say if they leave a distance that it. Great, then yes, you're still.
8.
Volley of attacks, okay.
16.
26 to hit.
25.
2 hits. Were you making an attack?
No, I'm like
Daud also made an
whipping
attack.
the horse up.
That's 3 successes. Orba, you feel again.
Safira?
Another volley of whispers.
Yeah, and I'm kind of behind her.
Make the wisdom saving throw. And
Oh,
as this is
18.
happening, Orba hears the voice again, kind of, good, Orba, focus, do not give in to the dead. You fail to take any damage. That said that in a weird way. fail
You fail to take any damage.
So Safira, again, sort of feeling it, sort of anticipating this time, she sort of braces herself, focuses her mind a little bit, and as the whispers seep in, she allows them to kind of pass seamlessly through her. And again, the whispers fade. And you're sort of riding up, and it looks like you're getting to the end of this kind of battle site where there's bodies lining both sides. And you can hear Daud shouting, "We're almost there!" Another volley of attacks here from everyone.
Come on. Oh my god.
Pass
It's
it
the
to
third
me
time I
if
got a
you need
3. 8.
Okay.
Sorry.
Daud hit.
My arms are too short.
16.
13. 13's a hit. No, you're with Orba. Give me
Third
a wisdom
time.
saving throw.
Okay, Safira, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Safira's just back there.
This is Safira's wet journey.
Safira's like, yeah, let me save you, bitch.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
My hero complex is just all over the place. That is 12.
12. You take 6 psychic damage.
Wow.
As this time the whispers come in quicker than before. And they sort of bombard you. And you almost have that
6,
kind
I
of
just can't do simple
like
math.
concussive like spots in your eyes kind of moving back and forth as the whispers hit your mind and dig in before they dissipate finally. And you ride a little further and a little further, and finally you seem to be getting to the point where you're moving beyond the bodies. And the first Orba, Safira, and Graven kind of
I can feel it
riding.
relaxing.
Yes, and you can see the bodies start to, now it turns to like one, and then finally none on either side. And Orba feels the whispers fade away. And quickly riding up behind are Daud and Beezaura and Erland.
Are you okay?
Okay.
Is everybody else alright?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry.
Don't
okay.
apologize, Orba.
Don't think you meant to do that.
No.
All right.
Thank you.
So much for no spirits.
Daud, have you ever seen that before?
Yes, when someone touches the bodies,
Right, but she didn't.
if you say so.
I assume somebody has brought her horse the rest of the way. Like
Yeah. The 3 of them.
Yeah.
And
And I'll
No.
kind of. I'll
Oh, let me go back.
give you like a. Do you wanna? Can you ride on your own?
Thank you.
Okay. Put it back on that horse.
Is that?
I was not trying to yell at your companions. I was trying to get us out of there.
Thank you.
We know.
Some sort of curse? What makes them do that?
I don't know. The people who touch them hear things. I've never seen it affect someone like that. Heard tale of looters who hear whispers and then fall backwards, but nothing like that.
Are you hearing anything, Orba?
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
I heard whispers.
You did.
No,
And
I
you
didn't. I
didn't-
couldn't make anything out.
You
could
know
I?
what they were saying,
I
but
didn't know what
definitely
they were
like
saying, okay.
whispering, yeah. And you did not touch them either.
No.
I will think twice about bringing people through here in the future.
I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you.
That's all right.
Thank you.
That was unexpected.
Did it help to batter away the bodies?
Yes, that was a good instinct. Thank you.
Eye contact, unnatural.
It was unsettling, yes.
Your friend says you don't have to tell us, but I wouldn't mind knowing if you wish to.
No.
What is going on? Am I taking someone with me that's a bigger risk than I thought?
Quite honestly, I didn't think I would be a risk because all I keep hearing about is how there's been no spirits in the grove because of the tempests. And I thought it would be okay.
You all seem like you just accept this answer.
In our travels, we have come across many undead, fought spirits, and sometimes these things just have a way of getting more deep-rooted than any of us would like.
As far as I know, we won't be passing by anything else like this.
We haven't seen anything like that before.
Look,
to be clear.
If we had known, we never would have come this way.
Fair enough. Do we need to take a moment to rest, or shall we keep riding?
No, we can keep riding.
I'm alright.
Very well. The next time you start to feel something, if that happens, shout sooner. Turns his horse around. Takes his place at the front there. He begins to ride. Anything before you guys start to ride?
Orba, are you okay?
Thank you.
Shall I heal you?
I'm alright for the time being. Erland helped a little.
Erland helps.
Oh, well, I
Like
guess.
the least you can do, but
It's just a girdle. It's no cleric.
we're
He
the
made you touch
stupid
his
girl.
Point on the girdle where he tells you.
Do you want to live? Then put your hand on this girdle.
Famous last words.
Oh no.
Famous last words.
It's just a belt.
I'll take up the rear this time.
And the semi-rocky, sort of semi-widened out trail continues to the east. Though now without the discarded husks of the fallen soldiers scattered among the trees. And you also notice that Daud's gotten a little quieter. He doesn't sort of lean back to
That's
sort
like,
of...
who are these
No
people?
longer trust us.
Hates us. Everyone hates us.
Making friends fast.
It isn't long before the path leads you past a couple of kind of small, still water ponds. Water cloudy and thick with algae. Insects skimming along the surface that are highlighted by just enough light that's kind of seeping down through the trees. It's not a source that you'd be rushing to fill your water skins from, but in a pinch it would do for a wash or to soak your feet. And it's at this moment that you see someone doing exactly that. There's a dwarven man. Youngish looking by dwarven standards. There's no graying in his sort of short mohawk or a bushy unbraided beard. And he's got his boots next to him, plunked down by the side of the pond. He's got what looks to be a bear pelt that's sort of draped down his back, held up by these enormous asymmetrical iron pauldrons that look battle-tested. They look dented in more than a few places. It seems like he's nursing either a sore or kind of injured arm. You see him wincing a little bit as he's got it in the water. Sort of a frustrated wince as he continues to kind of wash the hand right under the surface of the water. There are some weapons scattered around on the ground nearby. He's not holding them, but there's a hefty kind of two-handed axe. There's a short sword and a scabbard by his side. And there's also something else. A decent-sized pile of broken glass bottles and cork stoppers. Looks like a number of like potion bottles or something that are all broken. And it doesn't look like anything spilled out. It's like a pile of broken glass and corks sitting next to him with a small sack to the side, almost as if they've been dumped out. It looks like he might have sort of emptied this sack out onto the ground next to him. And as Daud's kind of riding up a little bit, I assume nobody knows this man?
No.
Not yet.
I'll talk to him unless you want to.
No.
Please, feel free.
Sort of goes up a little bit ahead of you guys. Excuse me, Brand. And as he says this, the dwarf kind of pulls his hand out of the water and takes a look. And he has this kind of scraggly, the beard looks very unkempt, especially on one side. Like it's kind of even on one side and then looks like one side's kind of pointed up, like almost like its hair is like sticking on end.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, but your bottles appear to be broken. And the man kind of looks at him. Ha ha. Very fucking funny.
Oh no.
And Daud sort of holds a hand up. I may have an empty one if you're looking to fill it with water. If I can help you. It's not for water, but thank you anyway. And he kind of goes back a little bit, and Daud kind of looks back to the group.
Did we hear this?
Yeah, you can hear the conversation.
If it's not for water, what's it for?
Is he a merchant of some sort?
I don't know.
I mean,
The broken bottles, they mean nothing.
Well, do you want me to ask him?
Can I see any like residue on them?
Give me a perception check.
You want my spyglass?
You're not that far from that would be really weird.
Hey there, excuse me.
11.
11. You can't tell. It's on the ground, like it's not on a rock or anything, so you certainly can't see if it's seeped down into the ground. You do notice that he kind of has the hands that he was nursing, there's like burns on his hands. But like, they don't look like a fire burn. They look like spider webbing, like crackling up the arm. Like a starts at one spot, then it kind of comes out in a bunch of different directions.
Like if someone was hit by lightning?
Oh.
Lightning in a bottle, you say?
I'm gonna get
Do you need healing?
And he kind of looks up. No, thank you.
You sure that looks like a nasty, I don't know, injury on your arm?
Carver Colossus and his bullshit trickery. Stupid.
What kind of trickery?
Carver Colossus is handing out contracts for fearsome hunters.
Oh.
And I came here to do mine.
And did you hunt what you were looking for?
He looks at like the broken bottles next to him. No, fucking didn't.
What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah.
The bottles are for catching lightning. Tempest lightning, specifically.
Oh.
Sounds dangerous.
Carver's up there in the north having a good laugh right now.
He wanted you to capture the lightning.
Yes.
In a bottle.
Carver's calling on the best hunters of the continent to prove themselves, handing out some really nice rewards. The trick is that he doesn't give you sort of a straightforward, go kill this thing kind of contract. He makes a challenge for you based on what he feels that your weaknesses are. And he made the challenge for me to capture Tempest Lightning in a glass bottle.
And everyone gets a different challenge,
Yes.
depending on...
If they didn't, I probably wouldn't tell you what my contract was, so you wouldn't take it.
It's definitely possible.
I don't know.
It seems like lightning strikes would affect everybody. It affects you in particular?
What?
Your weakness, what did he envision that to be if he sent you on this weird, goose chase to catch lightning in a bottle?
I don't know. He evaluated me, and I'm very strong, so he must have thought, well, my weakness is that I'm not very tall. So I climbed a tree and tried to catch the lightning. Held the bottle out. And that's it. That's all I did.
What was the reward you were supposed to get?
He doesn't tell you.
Are you seeking something?
Maybe. Rewards are good. And at this, Daud kind of leans in a little bit. You said that you're very strong. Yes. Is it possible that your weakness is that you're not very...
Careful, Daud.
That, you're not schooled in these kinds of things.
I don't
Any
know
sort
if
of...
that's better.
What do you mean? Just that capturing lightning is, may require magic, perhaps. Not trained in magic. Any sort of... maybe. Anyone want to...
Would I have any knowledge of how to...
give me a kind of check?
Did you guys have you heard Carver Clauses? Is that,
we have.
I'm trying to. That's
A
the
bit.
guy.
Oh,
You have not.
I was going to say
I
that's something that Erland.
You know him from before.
From
so many names that just happen to be
17.
popping up today. It's just so fantastic.
Erland, give me an Arcana check with disadvantage.
That's what dropouts get.
Oh shit!
Something that you may have picked up at the Halls of Transmutation if you studied well.
Oh, he didn't.
Transmutation.
Erland slacked off in his classes a little bit, but Orba, you recall, there may be some ways to capture it, and there's uses for it, the sort of immense amount of energy that you can sort of hold in a place to sort of discharge at a later time, to use that sort of current. Mm-hmm. It is possible, but difficult. And as one might guess, it requires brains more than brawn. There's sort of two ways that it's typically done. One way is to take a crystal, a valuable crystal, and you infuse it with two spells. A spell glyph and an absorb elements spell. And when the lightning hits the stone, the glyph is triggered, which triggers the spell, the absorb elements, and it captures a bit of the lightning energy inside of the bottle. So you put the crystal in the bottle and you're able to sort of capture it there. And the other way is through the use of what's called a Feyden jar. F-E-Y-D-E-N.
F-E-Y-D-E-N. Okay.
And it was originally invented by a coven of hags, hence Fey, they are Fey creatures. And it's basically a glass jar that's lined with a sheet of metal along the inside. And there's like a long copper rod that sticks up out of the bottle. And the lightning hits the rod and it gets pulled down into the sort of insulation of the bottle. And the advantage of that method is it does not require magic at all. It's a little more dangerous, but it does not require any use of magic. So you are aware that that exists.
Big yawn. That's why I didn't learn.
You're like, when is this gonna be relevant?
Erland's teachers shaking their heads.
Sir, I wouldn't say I'm well educated, but I've been around educators a little bit, and I might know of some ways of helping you.
What do you want for it?
Nothing. I just want to help.
Can I pull Orba aside to help?
Sure.
Or just
very obvious.
That's
but
fine. Just a moment. Orba.
Uh-huh.
This Carver Colossus.
Uh-huh.
He's one of the names that Jillian gave me. So, if he's offering something for your services, maybe see what he's getting for this? And possibly if he could get more, if it's the same.
Would you just want like a recommendation? Like, tell him Beezaura sent you kind of thing.
It would help. He seems like a tough man to please.
Yes, I don't know if getting a physical item is maybe mostly just because.
What the hell's going on over there?
Mostly just because how's he gonna get it to us?
True.
And the rest of the group is still like facing him, like blocking Orba and
We'll let them negotiate.
If I tell you how to do this task, and you do so successfully, which I think you will, because you seem like a very determined man.
Yes, it's true.
Yes. Can you possibly just put in a good word with Mr.
Colossus?
I can do that.
In case we ever, want a
Special
hefty
mission?
sum like you.
You're very young. You know how to catch lightning in a bottle.
I know of ways to do it.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion, my ass.
It's very kind of looking at him.
She certainly
16.
knows better than you.
Not just anybody's allowed to see Carver. If I'm successful and I go back, yeah, I can tell him.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. You can specifically tell them Beezaura told
Okay,
you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, there's two things. One
Sort of
is...
eyes you skeptically.
Does he seem genuine in that he'll actually pass on that?
Give me an insight.
Or that he even actually
Yeah, I know,
is
right?
here on behalf of Carver.
Oh, great, you said he would.
Well,
21.
21. You definitely do. I mean, first of all, he's not very good at hiding his intentions, as far as you can tell. The other thing is, he was pretty upfront and clear about the fact, like, the missions don't overlap. Like, him succeeding on his mission doesn't mean someone else... Like, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but there's not some sort of, like, riddle thing where he's, like, setting us/BZ up for some sort
Not
of,
that you
like...
can tell.
Okay, cool.
Now, one of these things requires magical components, which I don't think you're going to want to do, mainly because we're in the middle of the grove, and I don't think you really have any magical items on hand, correct?
Okay, maybe, yeah.
Right. I can tell you that one, but the second one is more of your option, which is called a Faden jar. So what you do is you take a glass jar, like you have been doing.
And at that, he kind of reaches into his bag, he pulls out a parchment, he kind of, with a sort of blunt hand,
Orba, like, winces at the penmanship that's about to occur. And then you get metal lining in the jar. The inside of the jar is metal.
Okay.
And then you have a rod, another metal item, sticking out of the jar. So that when the lightning comes down and strikes... You're writing a lot. When the lightning comes down and strikes the rod, the lightning will travel through, much like it did your arm, and become contained in the jar. Is there a way for the jar to be sealed? Would I know?
Yeah, you put like a cork or something, and you put the rod through the middle of it so it doesn't touch the sides of the jar.
Oh, cool. And then you take a cork, and you shimmy it down the rod to contain the lightning.
Like this.
Yep, just like that.
Cute.
There's another way that requires spell glyphs and a spell called Absorb Elements, but I'm sure that this one will be more of use to you. But I can tell you that one as well.
I could probably get a blacksmith to put the metal inside the jar.
Yes, in all likelihood, probably.
Blacksmith.
B-L-A-C-K.
I'll remember. I put B for blacksmith.
You should put B-S.
B-S, blacksmith.
It's shorthand. It's easier if you do multiple letters.
Alright.
Does that make sense to you? Any
Yes.
questions?
And then I go out and I hold the jar.
I don't know. Just for your safety, my friend, maybe you put it in a tree and sit it in some twigs or something so that you're not holding the item.
yeah, it seems like the jar's doing the work for you, so you don't need to be anywhere near the jar next time. When the lightning comes, you just need to come and collect it afterwards.
I would be ready with the cork just in case the lightning tries to.
I would be away from the jar.
Oh gosh.
Okay, I'm getting conflicting.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I just I think I just
Safira,
confused you.
Safira, just let Orba, please.
Alright. Okay.
Where are you from?
From the north.
We're up north.
Dillison.
Oh, what's your name? Nice.
Fenster.
Fenster, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Alright. Well, I've wasted all my jars. I'll have to get some more jars. I'll go to Totu. I'll get a jar. He's kind of piecing it together a little bit in his head.
You know about the lockdown in Tutu, right? You might not be able to do a lot of shopping there.
Lockdown in Totu.
There's a lockdown in Tutu.
Only the 4th precinct is open at the moment.
Was there any blacksmith in the 4th precinct that we
Not
noticed?
that I remember. Might have better luck at another city.
Go to book.
I just looked in my bag to see if I had a flask.
Do you?
I do, but I think it's filled with something.
And it's glass? Is it a flask?
It's a
That
flask,
would be...
not a.
Oh, that was a
jar.
flask
Yeah,
that,
flask.
that you snuck in?
I have
Okay,
a jar. Wait, I have
Because
a
I still
jar.
don't
I
know
think
that
in
that's-
my bag. I'm 99.9% sure that I have a jar. I have a jar. I have a mason jar. Does any jar work for this? Can I
Yes.
Like
You still
a
need a
glass?
sheet of metal to line it
Yeah.
with, but...
and I kind of pull it out of my bag. I don't have any metal, but I do have a jar.
You're just gonna give me the jar?
I mean, it's not really worth anything, so yeah.
Sort of skeptically holds his hand out.
And I kind of give it to him. You're gonna still need metal to line it.
I'll go to Tutu.
No, there's no.
Remember,
I'll go to Mook.
Yep. Okay.
He's gonna be on this journey for a long time.
I haven't seen Carver in a long time. Where did you speak with him last?
The village is called Ombrock. It's on the south side of the Roper Mountains. O-M-B-R-A-K, Ombrock.
See, you said he's difficult, but is he somewhat nice?
It's not that he's difficult so much as he just won't see you unless he's heard of you or you have some kind of claim to fame.
What is your claim to fame?
And he sort of straightens up with that a little bit.
Nice.
Yes, I can't
Story
wait.
time.
I can't wait.
I was a dock worker in Dillison. There was a call for help, and he sort of acts it out.
Yes.
Call for help.
Oh, help!
In the Wixom Mountains, a wizard was using magical constructs to mine for resources in the Wixom Mountains. But he lost control of the constructs.
Oh.
And then he put out a notice. Me and a few others, we headed over to the mine, and we smashed the constructs. And that's it. That's the whole thing.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Who's the wizard in the Wixom Mountains?
I don't remember.
How long ago was this?
15 years?
You know what? I have an idea. You have some paper there. Do you mind if I could just maybe take a piece of it? I'm just thinking that, I'm going to write down her name. Maybe you can pass that piece of paper to this Colossus guy just because...
I already have her name written down. Betty.
That's what I'm kind of trying to, with my hand like this. He's too stupid to remember your name.
Do you mind writing it down?
It's
Better. It's B
B.
E
E. T.
E 2 E's
2 E's.
a Z.
Oh, for goodness sake, and Orba gets out her parchment and writes down Beezaura.
Beezaura the Great.
With it, just Q. No one will.
Beezaura Q.
Do we know what constructs are? Like wizards?
Yeah, you've definitely heard of that. I mean, constructs are sort of inanimate objects that have been fused with magical energy. You see, simple, they're sort of like a very rudimentary, almost like a robot, it could be a wooden thing that sort of is activated to, they're usually used for manual labor for wizards to move resources around, things like that.
Oh, so they wanted the constructs destroyed because the wizard was...
Yeah, the wizard lost control of his control of the constructs, and he needed someone to smash them to pieces and destroy them. Yeah.
Yeah, Orba writes in beautiful penmanship, as best she can on a horse. Beezaura Q.
Sure.
Takes the paper.
And what was your name again?
Fenster.
Fenster?
Yeah. like I said, I'm happy to give the name. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I don't have much to give you.
That's more than enough.
I could give you one of my famous battle cries.
Oh, brilliant! Let's please hear.
Okay.
Who wants one?
Oh, absolutely, I do.
And he goes over to Safira.
Oh my god.
And he reaches and he grabs you by, like, your arm.
Oh my god.
And he pulls you in a little, so your faces are like 6 inches apart, and he like yells into your face. You take 1 thunder damage. And you have advantage on your next attack.
Whenever?
That's
Your
so
next
nice.
attack that you make.
Thanks,
So as you sort of get it, you feel a little energized by it, even though your ears are ringing a little bit. As you kind of,
Wow, that was. I feel good, actually. Feel good.
Okay, I have one.
Got a little spittle on your...
Yeah.
he walks over and grabs you. He gives you another yell. You take 1 thunder damage. You have advantage on your next attack.
Go for it, Fencer.
He goes around to each whoever wanted
And
it.
somehow, all right.
Daud also declines
Yeah.
the offer to have to yell in his face.
Alright.
I'm gonna
Wow.
forget that I had advantage.
Well, that was something, Fenster. Thank you. Well, best of luck to you in Mukmu.
And Daud, this is kind of, he'd been laughing along with some of the interactions going, yes, I think it's time for us to be on our way.
We should continue on.
Yes.
Good luck, Fenster.
Bottle took 2. No, Mukmu.
Mukmu.
And he's sort of muttering to himself.
Orba's just
back.
her body's rising.
Oh my god.
It's closed.
You gotta start to ride east a little bit more.
Wow.
Poor guy.
So dumb.
From the ponds onward, it's more of the same. Rows of red bark trees that have done you the favor of kind of keeping a sizable lane open for relatively smooth riding. It's big enough that you're no longer single file again. You've sort of made like a kind of a small clump with Daud at the head of it. And with less branches directly overhead, there's also less leaves on the ground. Instead, traversing on kind of hard, clumpy soil, sporadic patches of grass here and there. Another hour or so goes by. Group moving through, making pretty good time. Once the trail opened up where the bodies were, you guys have been riding at a decent clip. You continue a little further. Hasn't yet begun to turn dark. And you hear the sound of running water, which at first the ponds were still water, so you're picturing kind of a stream of some kind. But it's very quiet, just a little trickling, almost like pouring tea into a cup, just a little bit of quiet running water.
Are we still on the south side of the Acqly River, or are we having...
You crossed over the Acqly River to get to the camp.
Okay, right. So, are we... I mean, I guess I can ask Daud. Yeah. Are we somewhere between EC and Mill yet, or are we still on our way?
We're approaching the border very soon. Another couple of hours, I think.
When he says that, I want to do another sort of any tree that looks in
Give me a
any way
perception
similar.
check.
I'm guessing that was bad.
So far, nothing. I mean, the trees are all... So far,
Confirmed. I perceive nothing.
there's been very little variation on the trees. All the red barked, kind of shining, striated trees that you see along the way. You haven't seen anything other than that along the way.
I'm gonna ride up next to Orba at some point. And kind of under my breath, like... And, like, flash the... not super obvious. Not out, but, like... Do you want me to keep hold of this?
Sure, yeah. I thought maybe it would stop the voices.
Where did you get this?
I found it. Can't remember where. But I
Right.
thought it might come in handy.
I think it definitely could.
I don't know if it would make them stop, but I figured it was worth a try. Thank you.
You alright?
I don't know.
Did you make out anything that they were saying to you?
Not the spirits of the creatures that died, but the one that I've been communicating with sort of assisted me.
Be careful.
I don't know what's happening, Graven.
I don't know how to help you.
That's okay. You did anyway.
If you think of some way that I can, let me know.
Get me to Navigapora.
The group rides on. Continue a little further. And you're surprised at the sound of the trickling water. It doesn't seem to be getting closer or farther away. You'd expect it to either pick up a little bit in intensity. It stays at the same volume, the same kind of nebulous direction. You can't exactly tell where it's coming from. And you keep riding. And eventually, Daud, who's riding at the front, you hear kind of the quiet thuds of his horse's footsteps, and then one of them kind of a little bit. And he looks down, and he sees that the ground is a little muddied, like his horse kind of stuck its hoof in the mud and kind of made a soft sound that he immediately kind of reacts to and pulls the horse just to make sure he's not about to ride into sort of dangerous terrain. He kind of looks for a moment. Stop.
Hello.
Is everything okay?
And he listens, and that trickling water sound continues. And he looks back, he sort of turns aside and looks back at the group. In a moment, your horses are going to try and panic. It is very important that you keep them from doing so. Do you understand me?
Yes.
And one of the horses tries to pick up its foot, and at that the ground kind of holds onto its hoof. And the other horses kind of feel the same. It tries to pick up its back foot, and it picks up a little bit. Lizard folk. What? They run water through the ground to make mud and sinkholes. Keep a keen eye out.
Lizard folk?
Yes. And again, he sort of tries to turn his horse a little bit, and again, it doesn't pull away from the horse. And the second it realizes it's kind of stuck, you can see the horse begin to kind of sort of pull out a little bit. And you see Daud kind of reach forward and he's sort of trying to calm his horse. And your horse is at his horse kicking up a little bit, start to do the same. And the ground holding onto the bottom of the hooves. A couple of them are able to pull out a little bit. Everybody make animal handling.
Oh, I don't want to.
Oh my god. I suck. I suck.
Wait, do we get advantage on this one? Oh, no, that's an attack. I thought.
Unless you'd like to attack your horse.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The blessing was a minute. Hours ago.
Yeah.
4.
12.
10.
Fucking 7.
19.
All but Erland and Daud fail. And as you guys start to pull at your horses, they start to get agitated a little more. Pulling their hooves from the mud a bit. And every time they put their hoof down, it seems to sink deeper into the ground. And the entire network of this muddy terrain starts to bend a little bit and sort of press into the ground. And Erland and Daud, who've kept their horses calm a little bit, are able to guide them slightly out of this sort of muddier terrain. And as they do so, Daud turns to the group as the ground begins to sink. We're being attacked. Target the shamans first, or you'll never get free. And he readies his bow. And he sort of starts to look into the tree line a little bit. He's sort of searching for a target. And I need everybody to roll initiative for me.
Yes, you do.
I need to clear this thing.
Not that I think we can negotiate with these creatures because they're not animals, are they?
They are not.
They're not animals. I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry, but I do like picturing the lizard folks on motorcycles. That's very funny.
Yeah, right.
Erland.
16.
Nice. Safira.
Oh my god!
So bad.
6!
Graven.
Why can't I roll?
4.
Jillian's icon.
Also fuck off.
You
Beezaura.
suck!
8.
Also fuck off.
God.
Me.
Are our horses gonna die again? Because I don't think I emotionally can
some
handle
tens,
another EV.
No, I don't. I have all of it.
What was your horse's name?
I'll do
Son
this.
does.
That's me.
Daud managed. Actually, Daud's was kind of here.
Is there a place for us to were Daud and I able to wrangle our horse around a tree or something safely?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I will say that you guys were.
I even knew I was rolling.
D for Daud is too big, so he's Daud 7.
Great.
Oh.
So as you can see, the terrain has sunk a bit, and the horses are kind of kicking to get out. And as you guys are sort of trying to wrangle the horses, they're sinking even deeper. It has a quicksand-like effect, where the more they kind of pull, the more it pulls back at them.
Can I try to brute force it and like?
Yes. I mean, on your turn, yes.
Yeah.
And we already rolled initiative, baby. Yeah. Let me know what you got, Matt.
Yep. Okay, so we've got a couple different ones here. It's a 6 for lizard folk. A 12 for lizard folk shaman.
Okay.
And a 9 for the lizard folk shield.
Shaman shield.
Queen.
I'm just gonna write
Lizard
shield.
Queen.
Sorry, that was a 9.
Yep. As you see emerging from the trees as you're trying to wrangle the horses, these kind of serpentine figures, reptilian, protruding snouts and rows of sharp teeth, and they're wearing kind of not quite armor, it almost looks more ceremonial. You see feathers kind of sticking off of little shoulder straps that they have, and little bits of armor that they've kind of piecemealed together all across their body. Yeah, go ahead.
Daud.
Daud, yeah.
Come through for us, Daud.
10.
You did not.
This is Daud right here, yeah?
Daud is using Jillian's marker, yes.
The niece of that guy
Yeah,
that
you
you learned from, you dipshit. Sorry.
Yeah, that tidbit.
Don't listen to me, I'm just
quite
grumpy.
interesting.
I've got ghosts in my head.
Thinking of not telling
So it's a little
lies.
harder to tell. The shamans are the blue ones. There's 2 different ones. The shields are these ones that kind of have a bulkier look to them.
Yeah.
Shields? So yeah, lizard folk shield. They look like they have kind of shields on them. They have bulky. These are regular lizard folk, shield, shaman. I can pull up the map.
Rego?
On the thing. Regular shield. Yeah. So there's 2 shamans, 3 shields, or no, 2 shields, and 3 regular lizard folk. Jesus. As you see them kind of slither out through the bushes and kind of get up on their back legs a little bit, and they sort of cock their weapons back. And you can see, as you sort of whip your head back and forth around, the shamans appear to be holding their hands out and kind of moving their fingers and knuckles, and you can see the ground continuing to be manipulated as they run water underneath the soil here and continue to pull down as that happens. You guys are all, who are in the pits, grappled. You're not grappled by a creature, but you are effectively grappled, which means your movement speed is 0 unless you yank yourself free. Or the shaman.
What about our horses?
Are they continuing to sink through the horses? Like lives seem to be in danger from
Not at the
sinking?
moment. They're a good bit. It's only like up to their sort of, maybe a foot up off the ground at the moment. The ground has sunk considerably, but they are not like sucked almost like underneath yet.
And in order to yank free, that's a bonus action?
No, that would be an action. Yes.
Okay, I'm putting the order in chat.
And immediately, Daud, who had yelled out and was looking, he had readied an action, and he's going to fire at the shaman that's closest to him there.
Are there trees in this area as well?
Yeah, so this is the wide open area that you guys have been kind of traveling through.
Okay.
So there's trees on this side and on that side, yeah.
And no trees.
This
right
is where
here.
you were headed, and this is where you came from.
Okay. Trees, I can assume, like
So
lining
can we
here
see
then.
the? Yeah, we can see the red and yellow is the path. You were yellow. You're headed towards red, and blue and green are the trees on either side.
Cool.
Daud is going to make an attack. 14 to hit on the shaman. That hits.
Nice. Which shaman was that? Sorry.
The closer one to
Got
him.
it.
That's 5 piercing damage. As he had ready to attack him, the second he sees the creature with its kind of serpentine knuckles holding out, gets hit with an arrow from Daud's bow. What did I say? That was 5 piercing? Yeah, 5 piercing damage.
And Daud went for this guy, right?
Yep. All right.
Okay. It's top of the lineup. It's Erland, Orba, and the
So Erland able to kind of maneuver his horse. Erland kind of hops off the horse and smacks it a little bit, so it goes into the woods. We'll say that's kind of off the edge here,
Great.
so it's out of harm's way.
So let me just make sure I'm doing this right here. In a second.
And they do also, I mean, you certainly don't understand it. They do appear to be speaking almost. They're sort of saying something.
They're clearly smart.
Yeah, I mean, from what you know, lizard folk that's a culture. I mean, they don't mingle well with other races or other sort of humanoid cultures, but they have their own like system of living.
I feel bad killing all these sentient beings on our way.
I mean, these guys are effectively bandits. I mean, they're attacking sort of straight.
I know, but listen, they don't.
Shit.
I know.
I will never
oh my
understand.
God.
They're such
Kill
an
them.
animal.
Oh, my laser pointer's falling apart.
I'm going to.
Sorry, I need to count that.
Humans are animals.
I want to know if
Yeah.
getting to here is 60 feet of here. So,
Getting to the shaman.
not 5, 10. I want to know if, like, this spot here is 60 feet from this spot here.
Oh, like all the way across.
Yeah,
5,
yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25,
You wanna
30,
try to
35,
help me
40,
out a
45,
bit
50,
on your
55,
way?
60,
Oh,
65.
as the crow flies.
Oh,
Tree stride.
Oh, 5. I see, yes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. No, I don't. 60 feet?
Yeah,
That won't get you all the way across to the other side.
She.
That was gonna be so cool, guys.
I liked that thought. I should have made it skinnier. I like that.
I was gonna jump in.
I will also say that
Just
when
chops
you are
off.
within 5 feet of the edge of these kind of sinkholes, the terrain looks perilous. Like you might have to kind of be careful as you run through it, or get
Okay. Okay, yeah. All right, that's so much less interesting. I'm gonna use. I'm gonna move max distance 40 feet towards this guy.
30, 35, 40.
And then I'm going to use.
Give me an acrobatics check as well, or athletics, whichever you prefer.
12.
Great. So as Erland's kind of running along, you feel as you're walking past the sinkhole that Safira is kind of sunk into, you feel your foot kind of sink into the ground, and you pull it out. A little bit of popping as the sort of mud goes spraying along your ankles.
Okay, cool. All right, we are going to use. Yeah. So I'm going to use a key point, and I hate going first. We're going to use a key point. We're going to use.
We hate it when you go first too.
Yeah. It's like,
I was like,
Am I ever
and
gonna
we're in
get
a
to do
forest
anything?
too, so I have so many things.
All right. What do we got?
We're going to use Step of the Wind to get to this guy,
And sort of.
and we're going to come in with a two-handed quarterstaff attack.
All right.
Yeah, BB. It's gonna.
That is 11 to hit.
That misses. So as Erland kind of comes in, the wet mud kind of slips a little bit, and the shaman is able to kind of dodge out of the way.
Okay. And then I am going to Do they seem do they seem fully occupied in their task?
The shamans?
Yeah, or like are they looking up at all, or are they fully focused down?
Yeah, they're looking around. It seems like they could do more than one thing at once, if that's what you're asking. They don't seem overly preoccupied by that.
Okay, I am. I'm gonna. That sucks. I'm gonna stay right. How many? I used 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna
15,
go. I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay.
It's my turn.
All right.
It's Orba and the shamans.
What is Orba's dexterity modifier?
I think it's +1.
+1?
Yeah.
Then Orba goes first.
Sweet. Okay, so Orba, seeing that she's kind of stuck and surrounded by 3 different guys, she's gonna hunker down a little bit and touch herself on the shoulder and cast Mage Armor.
Okay.
Please.
Shimmering kind of bit of arcane energy goes pouring over her body.
So my AC becomes 14. Sorry. And
A flurry of energy goes shimmering out.
Better than nothing.
Isn't that?
Is that concentration? Just for my knowledge.
no, I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Great.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just
All right.
stay there.
Okay,
Shamans.
the shamans, they continue to kind of pull into the ground. I need everyone who's in a pit, which is everyone but Erland and Daud, to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 5.
16.
17.
Great, so as they sort of pull their hand together, again, the ground kind of pulls even a little deeper. You seem to, Orba seems to sink just a little bit deeper into the mud there. Graven and Beezaura are able to kind of pull their feet up out, and they're sticking a little bit, but they're able to keep themselves free of it. Now, it is going...
Safira, are you in it
Yeah,
too?
I was also in the.
Oh, did you make the roll?
I did not make any.
Oh,
roll.
sorry, yes, dexterity.
Okay.
Alright.
No, you're fine. Saving?
Dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 22.
Great. Also able to pull her foot out before the wet ground kind of congeals over your boot. They are going to cast. This shaman looks out at Graven, and with one hand sort of holding to the dirt, he does another hand, so one's up and one's down, and a little bit of light kind of comes pouring out of its hand. And as it does so, you see your ringmail armor begin to glow, and it's burning against your hand. He's heating it up from a distance. He's going to use heat metal.
Whoa!
And I need you to make... no, you just take the damage because you're wearing it.
Cool. Great.
Oh, that's terrifying.
You take 8 fire damage as the searing of the ringmail against your skin begins to burn, and you smell it a little bit of burnt skin underneath your armor.
Ow.
Yeah, and so he's holding that there, and then holding the other thing. And the other shaman looks to Beezaura, sees the metal armor, and immediately you see its eye, its sort of yellow, sort of slit eyes glinting, and it does the same thing. You take 4 fire damage as your plate armor. It's not plate. What is it? Ringmail. Chainmail. Yeah, your chain. The links in the chainmail begin to glow, sort of a white hot. And you feel it against your body as it's holding you down. Wow. That is the shaman's turn.
Okay, it's Daud.
Daud, great. So he's going to take out another arrow, and he's going to make a multi-attack. Fires 2 arrows at the shaman. One of them hits, and it takes 6 piercing damage. So one arrow fires, and the shaman is able to kind of duck out of the way, but then the next one strikes it as the arrow sticks into the shaman.
He went for the same one again, yeah?
Yep, went for the same one again. And then he also is going to start to run towards Orba.
Wait, Daud starts running.
Yeah. Runs through, he's going to make a acrobatics check. 21, and he sort of slides through the mud a little bit, sort of gets on the other side, and he looks to Orba and he says, "Careful, I've got you!" And he starts to wind up the bow again. He looks like he's aiming for this one.
The other
now.
shaman?
Yep. Seeing that sort of Beezaura and Erland might kind of have that one under control, he runs to that side.
Thank you.
That's it.
The shields.
The shields, great. So these ones are slow, but they kind of wade through, and they have these kind of big, sort of crude wooden shields with kind of splintered spikes sticking out of them, and they kind of go charging through. Where have I got? Well, this one's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20. Can't get to, but it's gonna use a dash to, it gets to the edge of this pit, and it kind of, and it splashes into the mud, and the mud kind of goes all over you. But it can't attack on this turn. It used a dash to get to you. And then this one is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, dash, splashes into the mud next to Orba there. That's it. They both use their action as dash actions.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I didn't get bumped.
It had to use its action to get to you.
Tell me what the shield guys are wearing again.
It's like it has like a crude wooden shield. He's got like a sword and then some piecemeal pieces of leather armor.
Oh, just leather armor?
Yeah, no metal armor if that's what you're looking for.
It's
got a metal sword. Is it?
No,
They'd
I think
be
it's
wearing
only
metal
metal armor. Okay. Continue fucking me in the butthole.
On that note, I will. So I have to get out of the grapple before I can do anything, right?
Well, you can. He's close enough to attack him now. That one's in range. To get to the shaman, you'd have to pull yourself.
Is it disadvantage?
No. That restrained is disadvantage. You're just grappled. You're just kind of stuck in place.
Oh, okay. But I do have advantage from that other thing.
You do, yes.
All right, let me do that first.
What are you doing first?
To attack him.
Okay,
That's right, we
great.
have
Give me an attack
advantage.
roll. And are you taking the advantage on this attack roll? Actually, you have to. It's on your next attack.
Should take
I'm
advantage.
taking the advantage.
That's good. Okay, 17.
17 hits. Roll for damage.
6.
Great. So as you kind of he comes jumping in, and you wind up a hit, kind of smack him right as he jumps down.
I wasn't expecting to get a turn to hit because I didn't know he was going to come down, so I wasn't ready. But I will be ready in 5 seconds.
Oh my god.
I just. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I tried.
I'm gonna do this one
Both of
because
us.
I hit him. I'm gonna do after hitting a creature with a weapon attack, add 2d4 to the damage roll and increase your AC by 1d4 until the start of your next turn.
Great.
So
as Beezaura winds up the hit, she sort of reaches to her shoulder as she's sort of moving the dials on her chest, hits him with the hit. Go ahead and roll. So 2d4, 2d4 extra damage.
Great.
How much extra? 2 extra damage. Okay, so 8 total, and then increase your AC by
1d4.
Yep.
3.
Great. So your AC increases by 3 until your next turn. Wow. Great. So she drinks it, and as she does, she kind of hunkers down. I believe.
Come on, dice. Be on our side, please.
Creature.
That was terrible.
Great. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, those are fun.
Regular lizard folk. Great. So they, seeing that Daud has kind of ambushed a couple of their shamans, these two go straight for Daud. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Oh yeah. Stay in there, Daud.
And this one jumps down with Graven into the pit there. 2 attacks.
Don't
on
die,
Daud
Daud,
here.
please.
Great. Those both miss, but they make multi-attacks. Oh wait, nope, that's the shield. No, it's not the shield, that's the regular guy. Great. That misses that hit. So one of the attacks hits. He takes 4 slashing damage as the slices into the sword there.
I swear to Daud.
If Daud goes
And
and,
then
we
Graven
have to get
is-
I'll do a
ourselves all the way
warding
through
flare as
this.
he jumps
For the
out.
first attack, he's making a multi-attack. 2 swipes.
I
So
can't.
we'll
I
do the
will
first
not do
one.
it.
8 to hit,
Whoa,
and then
quick.
the next one, just straight up, is 11 to hit.
Miss.
That's great. So Graven blocks both of the attacks with his shield there. Okay.
Safira.
Okay, can I, from where I am, can I make a shot at? Am I even able to see this shield guy? That's where Orba
You can
is?
attack any of the ones that are not in one of the other pits because you're too low and they're below the ground. You can attack the ones that are up above on the upper area, but none of the
I
pits.
do not know what to do. Okay, this is a shaman.
That is a shaman. yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go for this guy then.
Okay.
I'm
Range on
going
your...
with my wolf bow. I'm activating animus.
Okay, great. What is the range on that?
Oh, it might actually be too far because the range is 60 to 120.
So you can attack with disadvantage because it's
Okay.
outside of its regular range.
No, because it's a regular advantage. It's just regular because I have advantage.
Yes. It
Okay.
would be a regular.
Yay!
That's
that
battle.
Okay, so that's a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Ooh, a
Damage.
weird advantage.
He is not hurt yet.
Okay. Okay. That's 9 total
9 damage. Great. And what's the form that it activates?
It is a wolf with a bear head.
wolf body, bear head.
Yes.
Great.
No, sorry, bear body, wolf head.
Bear body.
I'm so sorry, I got
And I was
it.
like, so I just went with confirm this is what it is. She's like, yes, that's absolutely not what it is.
So as it gets hit with the arrow, immediately the bear forms right in front of it, and you are out of
Also,
the hit.
Oh!
All right. Graven.
All right, looking at the guy who cooked me a little bit there, I'm gonna.
The shaman.
Yes,
Yes,
shaman.
okay.
Get a little light and fling it at his forehead, a little guiding bolt
Sure.
towards him.
Right.
So that is an attack roll. Oh, yeah, 24.
24 hits.
All right, that motherfucker takes 4d6.
Oh.
Where is it? 46 radiant. Yes.
Roll for it.
Come on, Graven.
I like 1d6.
Blow him up with light.
Damn it.
I think Jordan might have some if you're...
What? Oh.
4, 7, 5 is 12. 12 radiant damage.
12 radiant damage.
And the next attack roll against it has advantage.
Great. The guiding bolt goes out and immediately it sort of lights up. The area was also already like decently lit from the light coming through the trees, but it sort of flashes and all the trees suddenly light up with this bright light all across the area.
Which guy did you hit, Graven?
The shaman.
That guy?
shaman,
Yeah.
We'll even, I will put a ring to denote. I don't think I have the right thing, but we'll just do a yellowish looking light one. Nice. His guiding bolt. Oh, it doesn't fit. Come on.
It's like, I will.
There we go.
There we
Make
are.
him hit.
Guiding bolt. All right.
All right.
Top of the lineup.
All right, Erland.
Two-handed quarterstaff attack, swiping down at the guy. At the shaman, obviously, right in front of me.
Okay.
Oh my god!
7 to hit.
7 misses.
We're using Flurry of Blows.
Okay.
As
Misses
a
and then
bonus action coming in. That is a dirty 20 to
That
hit.
hits. Roll for damage.
That's 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
No.
Does it seem like what they're doing? Would I have any awareness of what they're doing requires concentration or if it requires contact with that specific part of the ground?
It's
if I knock
definitely
them
not
over-
touching the ground, and you aren't really sure if it's concentration in that sense.
And falling prone wouldn't affect a spellcaster's ability to continue a spell.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay, cool. In that case, let's have him make a dex save.
Okay. Natural one.
Oh yeah. He falls prone. So like gave him an elbow, and then I'm following up with sort of. Ooh.
What was concentration was the heat metal that it had on
Yes. Beezy.
Beezaura. It does maintain concentration, so even though it's knocked to the ground,
So I
it
knock him
keeps
down.
its claws reaching out.
I'm gonna sort of like raise a leg and give him a heel kick in the
Great.
face for my second
With
attack.
advantage.
With advantage. Dirty 20.
That hits. Roll for damage.
That's 5 bludgeoning damage.
Great. Erland comes down with a smack, and it kind of like reels back for a little bit from the force of the kick.
And actually, okay, he can't take a reaction until the end of his next turn.
Okay, using another key point.
No, that's the second flurry of blows hit.
Got it,
He can't
okay.
take a reaction. So I stun him as he's down, and I'm gonna move. That guy's engaged with Daud, yes.
Yes, both of them are with it.
So I'm gonna move Max. Let's call it 30.
They're engaged.
Let's call it 30 feet back. So 5, 10, just straight back this way.
15, 20, 25, 30.
Great.
Erland. Give me a acrobatics or athletics, whichever you prefer.
13.
Great. Erland kind of skirts the edge of this pit there, and he kind of, boots sticking through, is able to kind of work his way through.
Okay, that's my turn.
Okay.
Two questions.
Yes.
I cannot move, correct?
Not without
An action.
ripping himself out. Yep.
Okay, and how about the lizard folk? He clearly can, like...
Yeah, they seem to, because they have kind of like, not webbed, but feet that seem to stick into the ground. He does seem to be able to walk on this terrain, maybe not easily, but easier than you.
Okay, got it. Alright, so Orba's going to see this giant dude right in front of her. She's gonna, like, take a deep breath, take her crystal out, and slam her palms together and cast Thunderwave at
Okay.
a level 2.
Okay.
Woo!
And what is the shape of that and range?
It is a cube, 15 feet, so I'm gonna place it so it
So the
dodges
horse
my
does not
horse.
hit, yeah.
And you need to make a Constitution saving
So
throw.
it hits my horse exactly.
Spot on its
Spot on its nose.
Natural one. Wow.
Suck it. Okay, so you take 3d8 thunder damage, and then get pushed back 10 feet. So hold on.
It's like quadruple damage because it rolled a 1, right?
Yeah. Takes the big sting.
He just dies, right?
Uh, 13. I'm so
13,
stressed
right?
I can't add my dice together.
And the ripples go out, and you can see the mud like flying off in all the directions as the concussive force pushes through. He gets pushed back 10.
Yes.
He gets pushed back into this other pit. You see him kind of go up and then splash back into the pit.
Orba
behind
sees
him.
her eyes match his on the other sides of the pit, and she just goes, "Wah!"
Safira sees it.
Doing the fenster.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't move, so that's it.
Okay.
The shamans.
Yeah, shamans, great. So they're going to continue. First of all, they're both going to use their bonus action to affect their heated targets, which is Graven and Beezaura.
You got hit like 2 times, so you didn't lose concentration on me?
You got hit. You're right. He did. That's a success. That's a success. Woo, woo,
Also,
didn't
this
fuck
guy
that.
hit. I did hit the second time as
Yep,
well.
I rolled for that.
Oh, for the second
Yep,
one?
I rolled for that one. Yep. Damn it. Graven, you take.
Tried.
Thank you.
Graven, you take 9 fire damage.
Oh my god.
And Beezaura, you take 8 fire damage. As once again, the searing energy of the fire surrounds you.
We must take the magic users down now.
And the shaman is going to He's going to reach out this one, the one he sort of sits up from his prone position, and he reaches out, and he's going to cast Thorn Whip. I need as a spell attack.
Oh my god, not great. I don't like that.
18 to hit.
No.
What?
On who?
On you.
Oh.
18.
Yeah.
Hits. Great. This sort of rattling sort of chain of thorns goes out, and it wraps around your leg, and he pulls it back. You are going to get pulled 10 feet closer to him, and you take... Oh, wrong die. 6 piercing damage.
I don't like that.
Great, so pulls closer, and then this other one is going to use... it's going to use Entangle. It sort of reaches down to the ground and... oh no, that's concentration also. Can't use that one. He thinks about it for a moment and decides better. He is also going to Thorn... No, that would be with disadvantage because it's a spell attack. He's just going to physically attack the bear. So he's going to reach out. He takes like a little dagger out. He goes in for a stab against the bear here. It is a multi-attack. 10 to hit. Bear. Safira bear.
Oh yeah, that misses.
And 14 to hit.
14 hits.
You take 5 piercing damage.
Okay. Still up in bear.
And that's it. So he sort of goes in with a quick stab and continues to kind of focus on manipulating the earth and the flame around.
And that like vine wrap isn't doesn't entangle me, doesn't grapple me in
it
any
just
way?
pulled you closer, and then it disappears. It kind of retracts back into his hand after he uses it.
Gross.
And he's gonna use half his movement to just stand up, but that's it. Okay.
Sucks.
Daud, I think.
Daud.
Okay, Daud.
Come on,
So
buddy, stay
he's
alive.
gonna sidestep a little bit. He's gonna stay within range. Actually, no, he's gonna move, so he can use his ranged attacks. He's gonna step out. This is 2 opportunity attacks.
Oof, that's a big choice.
One of them hits with 1d8. He takes 6 piercing damage.
Is he looking okay? Is he?
Yeah, he's looking okay at the moment. I mean, he's only taken 2 attacks.
What kind of armor is he wearing?
He's wearing like leather armor.
Leather?
Okay.
He seemed like a hardy guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly looks like... I mean, he knows his way around a fight, certainly. So he sort of sidesteps both of the shamans, getting smacked by one of them, and then draws another arrow. And he's going to fire at this one this time. Now, seeing that there's a giant bear attacking the other one. This is going to be a multi-ranged attack here.
I think that guy's still up, actually.
Both of those hit. 23 and 21. Both of those.
Yeah.
Please.
Let's roll both those at the same time. 5, 10 total damage.
Oh, wow.
This was the one
gotta be
that
close.
Erland
Come on,
attacked.
little dipshit.
Fires an arrow, fires another one. One hits, and then...
Yes.
Oh, great.
You notice that all of the pits on this side, which currently only contain Beezaura and a couple of horses, you see the ground begin to kind of harden a little bit. You're able to pick your feet up and step on it, and you're no longer
huge.
grappled
That's
by the
huge.
ground.
That's
All of the ones on this side. Okay, that's done.
Alright, it's the shield.
He's actually going to eat 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet. I'll run a little further that way. Okay. The shields? Great. This one is going to hop up and over. Down again, and he takes his shield and he swipes with it.
Okay.
He's going to make a multi-attack. One with his spiked shield and one with his sword.
Okay.
Let's see. That is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. You take 5 piercing damage.
Okay.
As the spikes of the shield kind of smack into you, and then goes in for a sword attack on the other side. That is a 13 to hit.
Misses.
Misses. And just as the armor kind of glows bright for a moment, and you watch the sword bounce off of it as it absorbs the blow.
I just watched your life flash.
And that's that one. The other one is going to make its multi-attack on Beezaura. You also are no longer, you watch as your armor kind of cools once again. You're no longer affected by that. And it's going to make multi-attack. Again, it kind
It
of...
would be a miracle of this guy.
Shield.
For this guy if he actually gets me.
Oh, this is the bonus AC. 14 and 20.
Nope.
So Beezaura, with a little extra sort of pep in her step,
What a
she
tank.
catches one out of the way both times. And it seems it was coming down with a blow, and you can see that it sort of thought its strike was going to hit, and then you dodge out of the way, and you almost see kind of a surprise on its face as you've shifted to the side out of the way.
And I'm just gonna come right back at him and just wow.
Is it you? Great.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Just want to make it a whole scene. Natural 20.
Whoa!
That's significant.
Roll for damage. There's only one thing you have to declare before you roll for damage and stuff. Are you using that? There's that first one that you need to declare. Well, you had to do it before you made the attack. Right?
Yeah, before I made the roll.
Sure, go
I
ahead
was
and roll.
saving that if I needed a shaman,
Sure.
but I need to. Yeah.
Double the die.
Double the die. 7.
7 damage. Great. Anything on top of that?
Are you suffering?
Yes!
Can she hear me?
She can hear you. Yes.
Are you
You can't see her, but she can definitely.
Always
Constant state of
in the pit.
Not
with
5
the
feet.
shielding.
So grant an ally that can see or hear you 2d4 temporary HP. Then roll 1d4. On a roll of 4, the next attack made against you has disadvantage. This effect lasts until the start of your next turn.
Great. So first do the
attack
heal.
on you has
2d4.
disadvantage or me has
Yeah, again,
disadvantage?
Beezaura.
Oh, okay.
The armor's for Beezaura. The AC is for
I'll
Beezaura.
take the hit points.
That counts as a second one. I'll pick it up.
Baby.
I was picking it up.
You roll.
I literally
didn't
slipped
see.
out of my hands. Fine.
I'm assuming it's a 1 because everyone's in a bad mood.
So it's only 3.
3 heal, 3
I
temporary.
literally
HP.
was picking it up to roll again.
And then roll
Listen, it's
1d4
not
again.
nothing.
Jumanji rules, baby.
So this is temporary HP.
No, that
Or no,
you
this
did
is-
that.
oh, disadvantage.
Yep.
Only a 4 helps you here.
So 3.
Great. So again, takes the thing and lets out a
Okay.
roar that Orb is able to invigorates her and makes sure you turn down the dials if you didn't already. So you've done everything. You do have movement if you wish to move.
If I do move, they'll get an opportunity attack.
If you move out of range of him, yes.
I'd like to get out of this hole.
It is no longer like sticky mud because the shaman is dead, so you are able to sort of easily get out if you wish to.
I'll get out.
Okay, where are you headed towards?
I'll head towards.
5 to get up here, and then where
I'll
are you
head
going?
towards a dot, I guess.
Okay. 10, 15, 20, 25.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. So Beezaura kind of hops up out of the pit now that the ground's hard. It is going to make a opportunity attack. 18 to hit.
Nope.
It's kind of slow as it swings its big sword down. It isn't able to get you. Okay.
I think it's me.
No, lizard.
Oh no,
Lizard
lizard.
roll.
Sorry, my cup is in the bag.
Well,
We'll
that's
do the easy
disappointing.
one first. It's right next to Graven. He's going to make his multi-attack here, the lizard folk.
Your friend.
Great, but
Better than me is what you're trying to not
Do the
say.
shield guys have multis as well?
Yes,
Yes.
they do. They do a shield and a
Yeah,
sword.
yeah.
Yep. That is 15 to hit.
miss
And 16 to hit.
hits.
That one hits.
Yeah.
You take 4 piercing damage. Slashing damage, sorry, as it slashes with a sword. And the other 2, Daud kind of slipped up out of the way, and they kind of chase him down.
Don't bring them over to me!
Shit.
I don't know what to do that way so they can be seen a little better. And they're both going to make their attacks.
This is.
One of those hits.
Orba,
and
why
2
are you
more,
in a pit?
And one of those hits. So 2
I know
hits.
it's not your fault, but why you're there?
6 piercing damage and 3 piercing, so 9 total. So as Daud's kind of lining up his next shot, he's not even looking, he kind of gets pelted with a couple of stabbing attacks of the lizard folk. That is it. Safira, you are up. Roaring bear form here with its wolf head as it kind of reaches
I have
forward.
a question.
Yes.
If I have a multi-attack, can I do one of my attacks on this guy and then bolt over and get
Yes.
this guy?
You can split up multi-attacks. yeah.
Okay, and then I should have no advantage on this guy and advantage on this guy because she's within 5 feet of him.
Because of pack tactics?
Yes.
Right, what were you going to say?
You have advantage on him
Yes.
because he still has the guiding bolt on him. So
so you would have
so I
advantage on both attacks.
attacks. Okay.
That's
Okay.
Great, so first swipe, you can
First,
also
so
decide...
I'm rolling for the shaman right now.
Great.
Okay. 20 to hit.
That
Dirty
hits.
20.
That hits, roll for damage.
Okay.
And he is injured already.
Do I get? Did we decide if I get claws as a bear? Okay.
One for one attack. You
Right,
can
for
only
one
activate
attack.
it once per turn.
Okay.
And you can choose not to use it now if you want to save it for the
I
other.
would like to use it
Okay.
on the shaman,
Great.
I think, because that's what Daud said.
Sure.
Is this D8?
Yep.
So that was 11 total damage.
11 total damage. With one giant swipe, he gets ragdolled like the bear claw goes out, and he like bounces between a couple of the trees and goes to the ground.
Yeah.
You feel the ground solidifying beneath your feet. In addition, Graven's armor, the glow begins to turn from it back to a regular sort of.
Okay, now I'm gonna like barrel towards this. I'm like coming at this guy and making a huge.
Walking on two legs.
Yeah, I look like
what
the
is the movement
stupidest
on the
bear. I have 35 feet of movement.
You can get that. So you're kind of on the edge of the pit.
I want to stay on the edge, and I
down.
kind of want to reach and like try to get.
The ground
his
has
head
also
right now.
rehardened a little bit because of the shaman being dead, so it's easy to traverse.
And I get
Go ahead and
advantage
make your
again on this
attack
one, right? Oh god. Okay. 22.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Oh.
You cannot use Colossus Slayer.
Yes, I know. Okay. Oh, 7.
7.
Wait, actually, is that wrong? No,
Is
that's
it just
no, that's
5
right.
plus 1?
No, it's plus my strength as well, so
great.
7.
7 damage. Great.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
So you hear the roar of Safira, and you're in the pit, but then you see over the side the sort of wolf head come over, and one giant swipe kind of knocks the creature to the side a little bit.
All right, it's Graven.
Okay. Graven.
I'm gonna try to. I can move now, right?
Yes, the ground has
All right.
solidified underneath
I'm
your feet.
gonna risk the hit, and I'm gonna try to run over to. Actually, can I get where I'm within 30 feet of all 4 of them?
Sure, let's do the attack of opportunity first. So that's
Yeah.
5 feet to get up and out. That 20 to hit, dirty 20. That hits.
That's a regular lizard guy next to you.
You take 4 slashing damage. 4 slashing damage. Just as you're getting up out of the pit, he kind of nips at your heels with his sword. Okay, so that's 5 feet of movement. Where are we going?
So I want to get where there's a 30 feet, within 30 feet of all of them, so kind of in the middle.
10, 15.
Yeah.
I think that's within 30 feet of everything except this one.
And I'll draw on all the light
You have
around
30
me.
feet of movement?
Yeah.
20, 25, 30. 30. No, not
Oh,
quite. You can't quite get to all this. Yeah.
But yeah, I'll just start to draw on all the light and Radiance of the Dawn. So that
Is
is
this Constitution saving
Constitution saving throws for all.
Great. We will start with the one that you just ran from. That is a 12.
Fail.
Fails.
Nice.
Then we'll go counterclockwise. So the one next to Orba. 7.
Fail.
The one,
Yes.
this one next to Daud.
Come on.
16.
Pass.
And then the last one next to Daud. 12.
Fail.
So all of them except this one fail.
God.
There we go.
Okay, so that is Bing Bong 2d10 plus my cleric level. 19 for the fails
Woo!
and 8 for the
Yeah.
right? No, 9.
9, yeah.
18,
Nine.
19, excuse me, 19 on the
Rounded down.
fails and 9 on the
So with a blinding flash.
Holy shit.
Oh wait, it's more than that. It's plus my cleric level. Oh my god. So 23
23.
Oh my
for the
God.
fails
An 11.
and 11 on
The
the save.
flash of light goes out, and everyone has to look away as the light sort of pours over them. And when they open their eyes again,
Feeling
there's
it.
just one lizard folk standing there with his sword, as the other 3 have been sort of reduced, obliterated from the light. Daud kind of opens his eyes, he's
Yes.
blinking a little bit, and he looks to Graven. He turns his attention to the last
And
one.
I whatever movement I have left, because I think I still
You
have.
still
like,
have 5, 10, 50. You have 15 feet of movement.
I'll like with mace in the air, like start to run screaming towards that one.
Jesus.
Thank you for making
All right, Erland.
That changed everything that I thought I
That
had
is
to do.
the best roll I've like ever
That was
had.
really
That or killing
On damage.
Yannick's brother was
The
Oh my
Yannick's
God,
brother.
Yannick's
Yeah,
obliterated.
yeah, brother was.
That guy didn't even get a turn. Yeah, brother.
Yeah, that's true.
That was awesome.
My goody goodness. Okay. We're gonna I'm at a loss. So what's this is still indented, but it's no longer...
Yeah, it's you can just hop down there. It's not... The ground is hardened. It's just like slightly depressed into the ground a little bit.
Okay, you guys seem to have that one under control.
Maybe.
And I can't get there. So I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20...
20. You can hop down.
Without, like, that doesn't, like, take away movement. It's
No,
just a
you can
clean-
hop down. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll hop down there then.
Right.
And, yeah, we'll do two-handed quarterstaff attack on that guy.
Great.
16 to hit.
That hits.
There we go.
He's already hurt.
Get him.
7
That's
bludgeoning damage.
7 bludgeoning damage. Great.
And then...
No, sorry.
And then I'm simply... those are the... he's a shieldy guy there, yeah?
Yes. One shield guy and one regular.
Cool. I'm going to... I use 25... 30... 35... I don't know if that gets me out of range. Okay, I'm going to use Flurry of Blows.
Loves the flurry. Loves
We'll
it.
probably take a little rest after this, I imagine.
Oh, thank God. 24 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
Get him, get him, get him. Oh.
7 bludgeoning
Erland
damage.
likes to start cool and heat up.
He gets dragged around a bit,
Biding my time. 7 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And... Dex save.
9.
Fails, so he falls prone.
Bring the muck.
15 to hit?
15 misses.
Okay.
Great. So as he's getting knocked down, Erland tries to go in for one last strike, but he kind of tips back just at that time.
I am
falls down.
still going to... My laser pointer is...
I put tape on
Yeah,
that.
I know.
I am going to move... That was 25 feet to get me there, I believe. So I'm going to go 30, 35, 40 towards the group.
It does get a attack with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Ooh, 15?
15 misses.
Okay,
Ooh.
great. So as you just kind of see it swing its shield
Take
at
a
you
couple
as you try to
punches
get
and
up.
then step back. Yeah.
All right.
That's my turn.
Orba.
Okay, I'm pretty sure, but Orba can cast a Thunder Wave again with a cube that doesn't hit any horses, just this guy, right?
I believe that is true.
And
It's
even if I
15-foot
move,
cube.
maybe? Yes.
So you're right there. 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15. Yes, you can draw a cube that only hits that creature.
Orba's
Yes.
pissed. Alright, she's gonna raise her palms with all of her remaining strength and slam her palms together for a level 2 Thunder Wave again.
Okay.
So go ahead and make a...
Jeez.
I'm mad. Constitution saving throw.
Pulling out all her
Constitution?
level
Yeah.
2 spells.
19. Still does half, I think.
Yeah, it does half. It doesn't push him though. So 3.
He's not adjacent to you.
Yeah, I want him to get away from
Oh.
Daud. So he takes 5 thunder damage.
5 thunder damage, great. He sort of covers his ears just in time, having seen you do it before. Keeps himself partially protected.
And then Orba's gonna take a, let's say 5 feet back.
Okay. You can move further. It's no longer, difficult.
I just want to stay next to my horse, I think.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's me.
Okay.
The shamans, they're dead.
There
so
it
it's
is. Daud, great. So this time he sort of takes an action to put his bow away. He has a free action for that to put a weapon away, and he takes out his nunchaku again and goes to smack the guy there.
I love dot spiders.
23.
It's a real fun tidbit. I'm very excited about it.
That is a 8 bludgeoning damage. Great. So turns around, smacks him, and he can still do his multi-attack because it was a free action to swap weapons. 20 something to hit, 22 to hit.
20 enough.
17.
And that's pretty real. 4 bludgeoning damage there. Great. So he goes in with 2 quick strikes, and he stays there. That's it. Shield next. He sort of picks himself up and he hops up out of things. So it's half movement.
Very grateful he doesn't care about our horses.
And he can get.
Oh, he still can get to me?
Like, can you imagine?
You had 10 feet after getting up.
See, I'd never be before.
So it multi-attack here. 1 shield, 1 sword. That is poopy. 11 to hit.
Misses.
And then that's better. 19 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. That. You take 6 slashing damage. Misses with the shield, and then slices across with the sword. And that's it.
Beezaura.
Me. Okay, so seeing that they got the one guy, I'm gonna go over to Erland's guy.
Okay, turn it back around.
Oh.
Oh.
And I'm gonna try to attack.
Okay. Beezaura walks over to it.
I'm like, 1 moment, please. Let me take a sip.
Swinging it 4
When
times.
making melee weapon attacks, subtract 1d4 from the number required for a critical hit. If the attack hits and the
Do
target...
one at a time. Do that.
Oh, yeah,
Do
sorry.
1d4. So go ahead and roll that.
1d4.
Is that crit one?
Yeah.
3.
3. So you only need a 17 or better to get a critical hit. So go ahead and make the attack roll.
Come on, Bee.
A natural 17.
Yeah, it has to be a natural 17 or better.
No.
That doesn't look like it.
It's a 2.
Worst thing she could roll.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, it is.
Literally the
So it
worst
misses.
number.
So it clangs against its kind of
So
spiked shield. You
7,
see
yeah.
pieces of it chip off a little bit.
I'll use my action surge.
Okay,
And
great.
I will try to hit him again.
She did it.
I
And are you
was
using
about
anything
to...
else? You can still... Oh, no, just
No,
bonus action.
I'm almost out. So.
Go ahead.
Action surge.
Very hard to say.
It is.
Okay, 23.
That
That
hits.
would have been
Damage.
better before. 5 damage.
Was it a 17?
Great. 5 damage. Great. Smashes him
It was
with a
18.
flail.
Oh,
Oops.
there you go.
Okay. As you sort of you see him move the shield out of his way after he kind of absorbs a little bit of the attack. You can see his eyes kind of blurring a little bit. His little sort of yellow eyes kind of unfocused as they're. He's still up, but stunned. Anything else?
How's... Oh, I'm not 5 feet from him. Oh, but...
Sure.
From
from
Daud.
Oh yes, you're not 5 feet.
Oh, I can move though. Can I still have more movement?
5, 10 feet to get there, I think it was. So 10, 15, 20, 25 would put you.
I'll do that.
So that's another attack of opportunity.
You'll be fine.
She's fine.
14 to hit.
No.
Great, so tries to shove back with the shield.
And then...
Please.
I think this will help. Because it's the only thing I have left. Choose 1 d4 targets within 5 feet of you. Add 2 d4 to their AC against the next attack that targets them.
Great.
Well, just in case, I guess. That
Sure.
gets another turn.
So go ahead and 2d4. So it adds that to his AC.
Choose 1 d4 target.
Yeah, there's only one person next to you, so you can only
got
pick
it.
Daud.
Okay, so 3, 7.
So you increase his AC by 7 until your
Nice.
next
Oh,
turn.
that's me.
So Beezaura kind of comes over and she's got her shield kind of up over his head a little bit. She's holding her flail out, protecting him.
That's
Okay,
it.
great.
Lizard folk.
Is the tank empty?
Tank's empty.
Okay.
Oh, you have that cool steam thing.
Just in case.
All right. Is this the regular lizard folk? Great. So he's gonna go in here, and he doesn't know what Beezaura's really doing, so he's gonna go in for 2 attacks here.
I want those.
Multi-attack. One was a 19, but that's not gonna hit with Beezaura. As it goes in for the attack, Beezaura kind of shoves her shield in front and clangs off.
Wow!
Neither of those attacks are gonna hit there.
What a hero, man. What a hero.
Can't believe I just
And the
did
creature is gonna retreat.
plan that out so
It sort of
well.
sees that its
Killing
blow
it.
didn't land, and it starts to move in the opposite direction.
No way, fuck you, buddy.
20, 30
Oh,
dots.
you think you're getting away?
Yeah, it's no Choco out, so it's gonna make. Misses. Swings wide, but not Choco. Okay. That was regular lizard. Safira.
Okay, I'm gonna make a
Sort of
run
evenly
for,
between the two, or
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
gonna
going
make
for
a
it?
run for this guy.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I guess the best path for me to do that is
You can
like,
jump down into the thing and up. I think you have
Yeah.
enough either way.
Watch out,
I have
Orba.
35
Jump on
feet
top of
movement.
Orba.
All right, then
This huge animal just flies by her.
They're not my friends are not within 5 feet.
Scratches its
Okay.
belly.
Okay. And I'm going to make regular attack roll. 12 to hit.
That doesn't hit. No. But don't you have a multi-attack?
Yes.
So
I
second
do.
attack.
Oh, 15 to hit.
That hits.
Nice.
Roll for damage.
Okay.
And he is hurt.
Come on. No, that was not the right. That was. Where's the D8? There's the D8. Okay. 7 total damage.
7 total damage. Okay, great. Gonna come in with a big bear paw. Whomp him on the back there. Still alive.
Yeah, and I guess I'll... Actually, I think I'm gonna use... If I have any remaining movement, I'll try to use it to kind of get towards this guy.
I think you can move 5 feet this way.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh, is there
Then,
someone
actually,
down
never
there?
mind. I'll just stay.
Okay.
It's not worth it.
Is there what? There's just this guy?
Oh, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I didn't think there
That's
was,
the only
but
two.
maybe I
don't want the attack.
So the camera can see. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Graven.
Graven.
Bear's got this one. I'll turn and run towards the one with Erland and go for
15, 20.
I'll try to ding his dong on his way over, actually. So
Okay,
I'll do
while
a-
running.
I'll do a
Wow.
wisdom
I
saving
should've
throw.
gotten
Wisdom
Like
saving
it.
throw.
Oh my god, I'm so tired.
That is a 9.
It will fail.
Okay.
And he's definitely been hurt,
He has been
right?
hurt,
Okay,
yes.
so he will take a d12. Necrotic. 11.
Really?
And he's sort of holding up his shield as if because you're running towards kind of with your mace, but then you hold your hand out and the sound rings out, and from behind he seems like he got hit by something and he falls forward on his
Nice.
face.
You
into the
keep
ground.
doing stuff right before my turn. That changes what I wanted to do. But good work.
Did you? We'll say that was on the way.
Yeah,
Do you want to move elsewhere? That was
I'll turn
10 feet of
and
movement.
run towards the...
15, 20, 25, 30 feet of movement.
yeah, great.
Okay. Erland.
Alright, I'm gonna move max distance towards this guy, so that's 40 feet.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 doesn't get you there.
Alright, we're taking a rest, right, gang? I'm gonna use a key point
To take one more big step.
to take one more big step towards the guy.
Oh, God.
And I'm gonna do a two-handed quarterstaff.
You better hit him at this point.
Really, truly.
Oh,
13 to hit?
That will not hit.
Really great at getting around the place.
Really,
landing
working
the
hard
balls.
at moving.
You love bopping and hopping and
There's a big bear in the way that it
Yeah,
was.
yeah, yeah.
Kind of
Yeah, that's true. To be fair, I am.
But, yeah, I'm gonna stay there.
Okay.
That's my turn. What a
All right.
stupid
Orba.
turn.
Orba's turn. That's the only thing left. So she's just gonna go ahead and cast. It was trying to run away, right?
Yeah.
Fireball.
No, she's gonna
Guess
cast.
thunderclap on all my teammates to push them toward the.
Go get him!
That would be into some next level strategies.
That'd
Push
be
your
cool.
teammates toward the.
That'd be real cool. She's gonna like squat down, jump as high as she can to get over that little lip, and she's gonna cast Ray of Frost at the dude, and I get advantage because I haven't used my advantage yet.
Oh,
wow.
feeling the war cry.
I've only done saving throws.
Fenster's war
Wait,
cry.
you can do it whenever?
No, she hadn't made an attack
Oh, I
roll.
see.
They were saving
They were
throws.
saving
Fenster really came through for us.
17 to hit.
That hits.
Nice.
Great.
Fenster.
Oh my god, Fenster's gonna win this.
3 damage.
This fight.
3
3 cold damage
okay.
and reduced movement by 10 feet.
Okay, great. He goes out, and you can see him is slowing as he's kind of running off into the woods there, or attempting to.
Daud.
Daud, great. He sort of spins around, gonna put it away, takes his bow out,
That's dope.
2 fire.
Come on, buddy.
That's so
Finish
cool.
it.
Let's
Yeah,
do
I
it.
love
Only one of them hits.
Max damage. Max damage.
5 damage, doesn't quite do it there.
Oh my god.
NPC still hasn't
If he's
had
trying to
that.
run away, do we get opportunity attacks?
Well, he hasn't moved
He
yet.
hasn't
If
moved?
he attempts to, and Daud rattles off the arrow. He isn't able to get the second one to hit, but then he kind of he looks like he's headed towards Orba to see if she's okay there, and that's his turn.
BZ.
Beezaura.
I'll move as close as I can get.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Big bear gets in your
I'm
way.
sorry, guys.
Well,
I'm in the way.
I mean,
Oh gosh. What?
I could do it. I exhale scolding steam on a target within 20 feet of you. The target must make a DC 7 plus X. Dexterity. This is the
We're gonna break this down because it's the first time we've used it. So
Yeah.
it's so complicated.
Tell us what it is. What's it called?
Tell us what it looks
It's
like.
I
called
think we're gonna get a mark.
Oh yeah, actually.
critical
Tell us what it
overheat.
looks like, because we're about to know
Critical
what's in your little
overheat.
jacket, BZ.
Hey.
Oh.
Okay, so the target must make a
Marker
DC
map?
Yeah, it was a throw
7
bench, yeah.
plus X dexterity saving
Oh,
throw or
good
take
catch.
Y.
Sorry, give me the numbers one more time.
Okay. Is it within 20 feet?
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Must make a DC 7 plus X dexterity saving throw or take YD4 fire damage.
Y, sorry.
X plus Y must equal 12. But you may choose the exact values.
Yeah.
After using this ability, the jacket cannot be used again until it's vented during a long rest.
So, for those watching, this is how it works. Basically, the idea is you can make the saving throw as difficult as you want. The more difficult you make the saving throw, the less damage it does. The easier you make the saving throw, the more damage it does if it hits. So, Beezaura reaches in, and as you can feel that the tank's empty, and as you breathe in, you can feel the hot liquid kind of down your throat. And this stream of steam comes out. How are you going to break it down for us here?
He's been hit a lot, right?
Yes, but that doesn't affect saving throws.
Oh.
Are you asking about HP though?
Oh, you're trying to see how much damage he might have taken? He has taken a number of hits.
Okay, so...
So you can make Y kind of low-ish, because that's how many D6 he's going to take.
D4.
Oh, D4, I'm sorry.
Math! Yeah.
So, okay. Oh my gosh.
So,
It's alright, take a
Okay,
second.
so X
So,
squared
for
plus Y
example-
squared equals Z squared. No, I'm just
For example, if you chose 3 for the X value,
Yeah.
he would have to make a saving throw of 10 or better.
So that's
But he would take 9d4 damage. Or you could make it even more difficult for him to pass
Save.
it, but it would do a little bit less damage.
Okay.
So start with 3. That's a good, easy, because that's half and half. That's 10. So do you want to make it more difficult than 10 for him to roll his save?
I will do my first one. 4.
4. Okay, so he's a saving throw of 11. It's a dexterity
That's pretty good,
save
right?
of 11. No, it's not half damage.
No, it's not half damage. It's
4 is
just
pretty
hits or
good. That's
misses.
good. 11's hard to do.
What kind of is it? A straight check? Like is there a modifier?
Dexterity save.
Oh, okay.
if you think he's dexterous,
Are they dexterous? I can't
No,
even tell.
not
particularly.
particularly, because we know that their dexterity modifier is at least not more
We're
than
gonna have to use it a couple
Yeah,
times
so
to get
it's
the
11.
piece of it.
It's alright,
We're gonna go
give it
11.
Whatever, let's just
So,
try it. If it
that's-
doesn't work,
There's
why
one
not?
left. What could it do?
That is a dex save of 11,
Okay.
which means, so you added 4, which means that he would be rolling, if he fails, you would roll 8d4
Hilarious.
on a fail.
8d4.
So, we're gonna
Okay.
make his dexterity saving.
Oh, I see. I see. Maybe I should have changed that. Okay.
I haven't rolled it yet. Do you want to make it harder and it would do less damage?
Whatever makes
Whatever
the
brings you
little one
joy.
happy.
Let's do 5.
Okay. The save's gonna be 12,
Just like Price is Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it will be
The guy going up and
74.
down.
Yeah, 74
On a
is
fail.
plenty.
All right. That is a 10.
oh my god.
So roll
Do you want
74.
extra D4s?
I'm gonna do it all.
Okay.
His mother.
Yes, I can't wait.
Wait, let me just.
Oh yeah,
I got you. I got. Oh yeah.
No, we got it.
6.
They're adding it up for you.
Oh, I'm marking how many I'm doing. 9,
She's at it. Don't worry.
12,
No, yeah, this can't be right.
16. 1, 2, 3,
Oh my god.
4, 19.
What?
22.
You have like 2 HP left. The thing has like 3 HP, yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Beezaura exhales this stream of hot steam that goes sputtering out, and it sort of flecks of it get on the bear a little bit. It doesn't do any damage, but you can feel it kind of stinging a little bit, and Erland watches it sort of careen over his shoulder. And after the steam kind of you see him sort of twitch a little bit, and he turns and you can see these kind of already these pustules, sort of the burn marks on his skin, and the scales sort of, some of the scales on his back are like falling off from the extreme heat as he kind of twitches and falls to the ground.
What the hell was that?
And that's where we will end. And that is where we will pick it up next week.
Easy, you're in so much trouble. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so excited.
With the first use of...
You didn't tell us about your new toy.
She had bad agita. She just...
Listen.
A little bubbly tummy and just have
in my
to.
bag.
That.
Don't worry.
I will
I'll-
say it was definitely it's visually very different from a fire-breathing potion because it's
Okay.
steam, not fire.
I mean, I can tell some details. but
Yeah, that
I
being
always
said,
leave
there's
out a
certainly
few.
no indication that it's Myconid related.
No, it's just something
It's just
very
we just haven't
obviously
seen
new.
it.
It was something you have not seen.
Oh my god.
And it was right over my shoulder.
Whoa!
I sweated.
So Beezaura chases down
Oh
the final lizard folk.
goodness.
That
Were
was
you down to
like-
1 HP there?
No,
No,
3
she
before
was
her
3.
10.
Yeah. She was. I
I
was
could have
keeping
had
an eye
19
on her.
AC. I could have had 19 AC.
Fun fact about nunchucks.
Could have stayed alive.
I used to be a nunchuck competitor.
Really?
Competitor.
Oh my
Back in the
god.
day.
In like combat or sort of a
What?
dance?
In like, I would make up combinations and go to tournaments and.
Oh my god. This is you, not Beezaura.
No,
You
this
are
is Leah Pressman in real life.
bringing your set from home next week.
Yes,
10 out of 10.
I used
This
to,
was
like,
a
make
good
up,
story.
I used to like make up dances, and then at all the belt ceremonies, I would perform before the belt ceremonies for the family and friends.
Do you have a pair at home?
Yes, I
Bring them next week.
I don't know how we're going to do a demonstration in here,
not
but...
at my parents' house. Yes.
We have been
But I
playing...
can obtain them.
Yeah, I've known you for like
together.
2 years.
How do
and
we
this
not
is
know
going on.
that?
You guys know I got a black belt in karate.
No, you never mentioned it.
That and tune in next time. I can bring the footage.
Our tank is a tank in real life too.
Next episode's gonna be 3.5 hours.
Oh my god.
If I knew that, I would have made you the monk.
Aww.
He brings out his nunchucks. I'm like,
Oh my god. Okay, well that was the most stressful episode.
That was not.
That
Thank you
was
all so
a
much
lot.
for joining us. An exciting fight to end the night after some sort of wacky adventures along the trail. We will pick it up
Wacky
next
adventures?
week.
So good.
Fenster was a little wacky. We'll pick it up next week with chapter 58. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yes,
as
we have
always.
a lot of things to shout out. First off, Lord Gasumba hosted us for like 1 billion people.
Oh,
so
yeah.
thank you all so much.
Thank you guys.
as well.
And Lord Gazuma, thank you for your continued
Yes.
sort of
Oh, that's
support.
true. Yes, sorry.
If you guys haven't seen their stuff, it's awesome. They have the best. I wish I had that.
I want that
basement
basement.
room, whatever that is. He has like minis
Oh my
glittering on the
gosh.
wall.
It's the size of our apartment.
I've been using the same tokens for it's really cool. You should check it out.
Comrades Hotel gifted a sub. Then Canadian Ancient Gamer gifted 2 subs. And then Somber gifted 6 subs. Thank you guys so
Yeah,
much.
thank you guys so much.
I know we have a little tile for it on our overlay, but even if you were gifted a sub and you want to put your like a little message or something to us
Yeah,
in our
you
guest
know.
book, we'll show it after the stream. That's what we end and begin every stream with. Please go ahead and send us a DM on Tabletop Notch. Also, if you're new, please go ahead and check out our YouTube, which has a ton of recaps of past episodes. We're kind of in a new storyline at the moment, but there's also a really fun Instagram with a lot of silly stuff on it.
Yeah, check it out. It's updated very frequently. Jordan does a great job with all the videos.
So the gram for like lols and YouTube
Gram is
information.
lols.
Yeah.
And then
The Gram has
The
good.
gram has information.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
It's basically short form, long form. If you
Yeah.
want to watch the whole thing, if you want the
Exactly.
tidbits,
There's a minute cap
if you want the
on-
juicy
on
tidbits,
our
you go
Insta.
to.
So thank you everybody
Yeah.
who joined. This is
Awesome.
lovely.
We hope to see you next week where the adventure continues. Daud putting his money where his mouth is there. You got some good knocks in there during the fight.
His combat style is
His
very
combat
good.
style is so cool. He's more badass than I think all of us a little bit. The whipping
Well,
out nunchucks.
I don't always
that's
make
fun.
like a full step
Well,
block
I mean,
for
no one's more
NPCs, but
badass
because
than
you're
him.
traveling with him, like I made like a full
Yeah.
sort of what he can and can't do.
We all
Do you like- I don't
like,
know.
will you be our new Jillian?
Take his
Stay
place.
with us.
Yeah. He can't be responsible for
You are now
ourselves.
our
We need a
Be our
parent.
leader.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Chapter 58. We'll see you there. Have a good night.
Oh my gosh. Good night.